Bristol, Tennessee, home to the world's fastest half-mile, Bristol Motor Speedway. One of NASCAR's most demanding tracks hosts the first cutoff race of the season for the NASCAR Cup Series. Time to take the playoff field from 16 to 12. Welcome, everyone, to Countdown to Green, presented by Sonic, the first cut race of the year at one of the best events of the year, the Bristol Night Race. The atmosphere here is unmatched. Throw in some playoff cut race pressure, and you have the recipe for a perfect night of racing. We're just outside Victory Lane. Marty Snyder, the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, Kyle Petty along with you. You know, the trophy here, Kyle, you actually have.
I have it right here.
It is literally a sword. They call this place the last great Coliseum, DJ. So when you race a night race at Bristol, does it feel like you've been in a fight almost?
You definitely feel like you've been in a fight, especially the next couple of days after. And the winner generally doesn't need that.
Yeah.
Unless he's knocked a few people out of the way getting to this victory lane after it's over. So maybe it is most important for him.
Yeah, you feel like you've been beat with this end of that when this thing's over with. That's what you feel like.
Yeah,
Not like you've been cut. You've just been beat.
Yeah, but there's no night like this. It's unmatched. You know, there's nothing. You had all of this, and then you put it as a playoff race and a cutoff race in the playoffs in this first round. Just incredible evening.
Yeah, and I was going to say, oh, by the way, Kyle,
yes,
it's a cutoff race, as DJ mentioned, and some pretty famous names below the cut line coming into this race.
Look, two champions below the cut line, which is fantastic to me. When you start looking at that, Kyle Busch, Kevin Harvick below the cut line. You've got Austin Dillon, Chase Briscoe, who've had bright spots in these first two races, but they still find themselves 2, 3, 9 points out. Kevin Harvick is in that must-win situation, but I'm looking at that 18 right there. Kyle Busch, he's right there. He can move up to 10th, 11th, somewhere like that maybe.
Well, speaking of Kyle Busch, he had some big news this week. A free agent, no more, signing with Richard Childress Racing. I'm glad he read the fine print in the contract because, by the way, the first job in that contract, be at the front of the grid with Jeff Burton and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Evening, gentlemen.
Yeah, we're lucky to be down here. A lot of people right here around this part of the racetrack right now. We got one of the most popular drivers in the series, one of the busiest guys right now in the sport, Kyle Busch. Standing down here among the fans, I mean, the energy down here is pretty incredible. You did get your deal signed with RCR. When I think about that, when a lot of people think about it, I think the initial reaction is, wow, it's kind of an odd couple. But really, I think that might be the best fit for you. You know why? Because RCR, when I think about them, they're racers. And you're a racer too, so when you start thinking about that fit and how you're going to blend into their program, it's got to feel pretty good.
It certainly does. You know, obviously there was a few different options that were out there on the table, but you know, as you said it, you know, the racer aspect and being over there and just kind of talking with Richard, talking with a couple of the key personnel over there, you know, really felt good. So I was intrigued, and obviously, you know, it all came to fruition. So really pleased with all of that and excited about 2023. But obviously, you know, first and foremost, got to focus on what's ahead, what's at stake, what's on the line, obviously tonight, but also the rest of the year with this M&M's Toyota Camry.
A two-time champion, first ballot Hall of Famer. You've done a ton in this sport. But at this point in your career, how difficult has the last 6 months been personally?
Really difficult. I mean, honestly, I guess when we got the news late last year of M&M's leaving, you know, that was certainly the point in which it was not necessarily stressful. I didn't think that the inevitable would happen of, you know, leaving JGR or not having a sponsor to fill the role and that sort of thing. But that was kind of when it was like a little bit in the back of your mind, like, what if, you know, and all the what ifs. And so that definitely just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse as time got going, and you know, that sponsor wasn't there. But obviously it's nice to have the future out there. It's nice to have it announced. It's nice to have an opportunity to be able to know that I'll be in the Cup Series, be racing for this foreseeable future. So I'm really looking forward to that.
And we mentioned you being a really strong racer, really, you know, gritty competitor. This racetrack fits you, man. It really does, and you've had so much success here. So no matter where you are, when we look at the points right now, you got to feel pretty confident coming into tonight's race.
You would think so, right? Yeah, except these things right here that we're driving, I have no idea, you know. So completely different animal that we're going to have here with the new next-gen cars. So obviously in practice we were pretty good. We were top 4, top 5 on sheet, and then we came in, made an adjustment to the car to free it up a little bit, got loose, spun out. And so, like, where is that line? Like, you know, you need to be loose for the long haul here on the long runs, and this place can go, you know, 80 laps on a run, but trying to figure out what it's going to take to be fast in the long run is certainly important. So we've got ourselves not too bad of a hole. Like, you look at history, and I don't think I've really ever qualified good here. Maybe once I've sat on the pole here. All the rest of them are like 20th or worse, so I'm about normal. You know, so I guess I think we'll be okay. And just get down to the start of the race and kind of feel things out, get through the first stage. Hopefully we get some points in the first stage. Depends on how cautions fall, where you line up, what you do for strategy, but obviously there's a lot of things on the line. But it's Bristol, baby, so obviously been good here a lot. Got a lot of trophies from this place, so it would be nice to just pick up enough points tonight to be able to move on for the next round.
Yeah, I'm going to correct you. You haven't been good here. You've been great here. I mean, your record is unbelievable. And so going into tonight's race, you mentioned all of the unknowns with this car, but what is the one thing that you have to make happen tonight if you're going to win this race or move on to the next round of the playoffs?
Get comfortable being free. Just like you always have been here, just like all the success has come over the years in being fast here, So that's the biggest thing. I don't know whether it's going to be bottom, whether it's going to be top. This car always kind of this year so far has trended itself a little bit higher than normal. So I've always made my bread and butter here when I've really been good here. I've been able to wrap the bottom and be good around the bottom. When everybody else likes to go up top, I can make those moves down low. So, I guess you're just going to have to go where they're not, obviously. And having multiple grooves obviously opens up this car because it's not that favorable to be following the car in front of you and being in the wake of the car in front of you, so you got to maneuver.
Well, we're lucky to have you down here in the middle of, all these people. You're getting ready to run this race. It's time for you to get focused. We're going to let you go. I know we're trying to find you up on the top of that roof later on where Marty and those guys are. Marty, you're going to have your hands full with some of these drivers trying to fight their way up there today.
I know. It is a long way up here, but a very rewarding trip to get up to victory lane here at Bristol. So, DJ, let's talk about RCR versus Joe Gibbs Racing. Very different cultures. So how is this marriage between Richard Childress Racing and Kyle Busch going to work?
Yeah, let's just take it when they started. I mean, RCR was basically started in 1969, became full-time in 76, and then 1992 is when Joe Gibbs Racing came along, and they've accomplished a lot. Now they have well over 400 people at Joe Gibbs Racing, and what you look at as one of the top 4 big teams in this. Richard Childress Racing hasn't been looked at that in a while. This is their opportunity. They have a 2-time champion driver now that is a part of their organization. With Richard Childress, Andy Petrie, and everybody that they have there, I believe that this is the move that they were looking for to put them back in the talk as everybody else.
Yeah, this is culture-wise, it's old school versus new school. Yeah, is basically what it is. Childress is a Junior Johnson, a Bud Moore, a Petty Enterprises, a Wood Brothers, a throwback to that independent racer who built their own cars and drove them. He just happened to have Ricky Rudd and Dale Earnhardt Sr. come along and build that into a powerhouse. But they haven't been a powerhouse for a pretty good while. So the cultures in the 2 different places couldn't be farther than they are today.
So for Kyle, though, is this a lateral move, a move up, a move down? I mean, put some context to it for us.
Welcome to Kyle Petty's world, and accept the hate when it comes. This is what I'm going to say. It is not a move forward, and it is not a lateral move. It is a move in the wrong direction for a guy like Kyle Busch. I believe it's a move backwards. Here's a team who, since Kevin Harvick left in 2013, at the end of 2013, and took his 23 wins with him, they've only won 7 times. 7 times.
Wow.
In that same amount of time, and it's a little bit of apples to oranges, in that same amount of time, Kyle Busch himself has won 2 championships and 32 races. That's with a totally different type of organization. He's going to an organization that he's going to have to build. He's going to have to build it back. He's 37, 38 years old. He's just past his prime. I'm not saying that he's not still in his prime a little bit, so don't hate me that bad. But his prime years were spent with Toyota and with the Gibbs organization. These are just facts. You can't deny this. The thing is, Kyle Busch needs to look at Brad Keselowski and see the year that he's having, because that may be his future more so than looking at Denny Hamlin or somebody like that and having that type of year.
Could be a level of satisfaction if he's able to take Richard Childress and that organization back to the top. Yeah, that's a sense of pride for a driver to having been kind of almost kicked out of a place because he didn't look like they wanted him there. So now he's going to a place that he feels like that he can bring back to that top level.
So let's bring back in the guys at the front of the grid. That's what's to come. But, Jeff, I want to know about getting this announcement out now. How does that help Kyle Busch this year?
Well, I think it helps a tremendous amount. It allows him to go ahead and focus on this. This is what they're all searching for. But the reality of it is the business side of this sport. You have to have a job. You have to have a sponsor. You have to have a team. And it wasn't going to work out at Gibbs, so he went and found the best opportunity. He now has to go and answer all those questions that Kyle just brought up. How can he be that guy to take RCR back to winning championships. There's a ton of pressure on him. And it's not a question of just driving the race car. He's also going to have to be a leader there. He's going to have to be the guy that everybody looks up to and says, okay, if we give him the stuff, we know he can win. And he's got to help guide them and direct him. So it's more than just being a driver, in my opinion. That's why Richard Childress hired him. He's looking for that guy that could be a leader also.
And I think he's got that guy. You know, Kyle has owned teams. Kyle's raced different cars, created his own program, so he knows how to run a business. He knows how to run a race team. So I think he can bring a lot of things to the table that just another hire or another driver or even Reddick could bring to the table. This is a big, big gain for RCR. I think that, you know, Kyle Petty's points are true. They're right. You can't deny some of those numbers. But I think that Kyle Busch has at least 5 more excellent top peak years left. I think that he can deliver wins, possibly battle for championships. I'm not sure if they will be able to get to that head table at the end of the year, but they will be in the mix, I believe, at some part in his tenure. And this will be incredible for RCR. We did not, when Reddick was leaving, it looked like that was as low as things could possibly get. Everybody wondered, well, what are they going to do? And the words that you heard from RCR and Richard Childress was, we've survived worse than this, and we're still here. We'll survive this. And look at what they've done. They went out and got possibly one of the best signs that you could argue he's one of the best signs available in the last decade. And so they are poised to really make some things happen in the near future.
The other thing that I thought was interesting that Kyle Busch said this week is he said, I'm going to a place that says they're going to let me be me. Well, what does that mean? That means that Richard Childress has said, Kyle, we want you. We want you for who you are, because who you are is what makes you a great race car driver. And letting Kyle Busch just turn him loose and letting him be Kyle Busch, I think Richard Childress will do that.
Yeah, I agree with you, man. It's going to be interesting, Marty, watching all this play out. We got the rest of this season before we even get to that yet, but next year is going to be critical for RCR and Kyle Busch.
Really good stuff all the way around, guys. We'll see you for the call of the race. Kyle Busch, not only talk of the week, but he'll be the talk of this race as well. 2 champions come into the first elimination race of the season below the cut line. Kevin Harvick, Kyle Busch, will they make it to round 2? We'll talk about that next. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Only at Sonic. Pop superstar Camila Cabello joins Blake, Gwen, and John. Don't miss the new season of The Voice, premiering Monday at 8, 7 Central on NBC and streaming the next day on Peacock. This will be the focus tonight, the playoff bubble. Who advances to round 2? And who doesn't? To make it through, it certainly will take a little perseverance. And as our Rutledge Wood discovered, perseverance is the perfect word to describe Chase Briscoe's racing life.
Chase, tell me this is yours.
Yeah, this is mine.
What year is this?
1956 Ford F100 Big Window Edition.
Oh, can we go for a ride?
Yeah, absolutely.
When did you get this?
So last year, I was running the Cup stuff, and I'm like the cheapest, tightest person in the world. It's crazy. Like literally 6 years ago, I was sleeping on couches. Like 6 years ago, I drove a old Pontiac G6 that had no AC. Every time you'd open it up, the horn would go off. And that was 6 years ago. And then now I have like this dream truck of mine. So it's definitely crazy how fast things have changed for sure.
It is a day that belongs to Chase Briscoe.
Yeah, way to earn it. So this is where I slept on a couch for 2.5 years. Right there every day. And 204, that was it. I think I still have the key.
That's amazing.
Yeah. I was volunteering at race shops, like just trying to get a ride. It's like, hey, look, I don't have any money, but I'll give you like $50 here and there if I can, just to like sleep on your couch. My legs hung over the end. It was like, I mean, the apartment's tiny.
What's the nod like being from Indiana, racing sprint cars, and having Tony Stewart see your talent and want you to come race for him?
It's, I mean, it's the coolest thing for me because I was a diehard Tony fan.
You got a uniform on, your Tony Stewart one.
Literally every day I come home from school, I'd put on this Home Depot like Halloween costume and I'd play my sprint car video game.
Come on!
Yeah, every single day. Like my mom has videos of it. So like just to be in the Cup Series is like the craziest, most humbling thing ever. But then out of all 36 guys in the Cup field, how many can honestly say like, hey, if I could pick the car I drive, this is the car I would pick. The 14 is the car I would pick every day of the week. It's pretty special for sure.
Nice stuff, Rut. Chase Briscoe is literally living his dream every day, Kyle, but does his playoff dream stay alive tonight?
That's an excellent question. I think we look at it, here's a guy who threw a Hail Mary right here and turns 3 and 4, the dirt race up here. Mm-hmm. If he can make it through this first stage and get to this second stage and still be in the ball game, we may see a Hail Mary from this team, and I believe that's what it's going to take for them to move forward.
Let's hear from a couple of other bubble drivers, starting with Austin Dillon, who's with Dave Burns.
Marty, that may be what it will take for Austin Dillon tonight. He's 3 points below the cut line. Boy, when you start 28th, the leaders are going to be coming quick. How do you make it work tonight?
We just got to go. We put ourselves in a rough spot here to start, but I'm confident in the guys. They changed the car up quite a bit, and it's about going to the front as fast as we can and just never give up tonight. Our points aren't in the great situation. We wanted to qualify up front with stage points, but there's multiple ways we can advance to the next round, so we're just going to stay in the fight all night.
We'll track all those ways with Austin Dillon. And Dylan Welch is standing by with another driver we'll track.
Well, we're actually sitting by with Kevin Harvick, who has got the most work to do of anybody tonight. 35 points out. It's a must-win situation. You've been in this situation before. You've won twice before in a must-win situation. How confident are you that you're going to be able to dig deep and do it again tonight?
Well, I don't know the outcome, but I know that it's pretty thrilling when you do it. So, that part is exciting. It kind of sucks that we're in this position, but it is what it is, and you just got to go out and race and see where it all falls. So our Busch Light Ford Mustang has been fast, and we just have to do all the little things right and grind away and see if we can keep ourselves in position towards the end of the night.
Marty, he's won 3 times here. Sure would love a 4th Bristol win tonight.
And DJ, we have seen Kevin Harvick come through with a must-win 3 different times in the playoffs when he had to do it. Can he do it tonight?
Absolutely, 100%. We saw him race up there. Thought he should have won here last year. There's no doubt in my mind, watching him in practice yesterday, listening to that interview right there. That's a confident race driver.
Sitting
right
down.
there.
Yeah.
Yes, right there. And I really believe that he has the mentality. There's not a lot of people that I would want in this situation more than Kevin Harvick. I believe he might just get it done.
Kyle, do you see Austin Dillon in round 2?
Okay, I talked about Chase Briscoe throwing a Hail Mary. I'm standing here looking at a banner that says Earnhardt Labonte Clash number 2 right there. I'm going to paraphrase Dale Earnhardt Sr. This man's going to have to rattle some cages tonight to make something happen to move forward because he's not been in position these first 2 races. I'm not saying he's going to win, but he's going to have to make something happen for him.
DJ, how about Kyle Busch at one of his best racetracks with 8 wins here?
Yeah, maybe one of the best drivers to ever race at this racetrack. He's won in everything here. I heard him talking in the interview a little bit ago about this car here. He's won in everything. There's no doubt in my mind that he can get the job done. If they can be solid on pit road, I believe he'll be in the mix for that night. Maybe Harvick and Kyle Busch going after this win.
When we come back, we'll hear from last week's winner, Bubba Wallace. Plus, we'll go on the clock as we get ready for the night race at Bristol. Introducing the all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose 2 classics, the Frito chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger for just $5. The 2 for $5 menu only at Sonic or in the Sonic app.
We're like 2 peas in a pod. This is all I did when I was growing up. Like, I'd come home every day and I would just tear the yard up. And nothing's changed.
For the first time, NASCAR fans can view every lap of a NASCAR Cup Series race from inside the cockpit of any car they choose. Live in-car camera streams for the entire field are available free as a part of NASCAR Drive. Visit NASCAR.com/drive or download the NASCAR mobile app today.
A win a year ago made history for Bubba Wallace.
Hey, Freddie. What they gonna say now, baby?
He's gonna do it. Bubba Wallace wins at Kansas.
Let's go! Thank you. This is freaking awesome. Yeah!
Thankful to shut the hell up for a lot of people. We were just lights out. It's cool to beat the boss. It was a lot of fun.
So, Marty, the only thing harder than catching up with a NASCAR Cup Series driver is one who has just won a race. The popularity seems to skyrocket. And, Bubba, I think we want to know, what did that win do for you? We kind of know what the first win was all about. It was huge. But that one, that was like the consummation of your skill, it seems like.
Yeah, it was just a solid all-around weekend for our team and for myself and our partners. So just proud of everybody. Proud of myself, too. So with that comes, a lot. The notoriety continues to grow up, as you said. But I think the biggest thing for me, it's dangerous when you have this much confidence. So got to go out and battle hard tonight. It's going to be a battle of grinding and just sticking with it throughout the whole race. Super long race. It's going to be tough to pass. But I feel like our team right now, there's nobody hotter than our team right now, so we just got to continue to ride that train.
They showed it last week. We'll see what he can do at Bristol tonight.
Dave, 2 postseason races, both won by non-playoff drivers. Not sure that continues tonight. Time to go on the clock, guys. And Kyle, time for you to apologize to America and Alex Bowman fans everywhere.
My name is Kyle Petty, and I'm an Alex Bowman fan. I want to apologize to top 10, top 5. He is getting it done in the playoffs. I apologize to Hendrick Motorsports. This guy, if he hits for the cycle, he goes to win at victory lane tonight.
Awesome.
Yeah, and Ryan Blaney, we know he's the only driver in these 16 that doesn't have a win yet, but he sits 5th in the points, plus 36, doesn't have to win here tonight. He's got a couple of 4th place finishes here, but I believe that desire to win might get him out of that 0 out of his win column and make it a 1 after this is over.
I picked Christopher Bell as my surprise driver of the playoffs, and so far he has delivered. And listen, this is how they're going to be the entire playoffs. They're the only team that's advanced to round 2. I think this next round worries them a little bit, though. So coming to his favorite track, they need to get some stage points and playoff points tonight if they can grab them. So what does Bristol Motor Speedway, a Hula Girl, an Earthquake, Jeff Burton, and Kim Kuhn all have in common? Well, here's Jeff Burton in his Toyota on-track car to hopefully explain.
Big Coliseum. I am fortunate to have Kim Kuhn ride with me today.
So we got a Hula Girl off the right rear. We're gonna see how this track makes her dance. Yeah, I can tell you from being in the car how violent it is. My insides have been like in a blender. We also have the Hula Girl out on the right rear, and she has just been going absolutely crazy, almost like she's in an earthquake. Can't imagine doing this for 500 laps.
Kim, there's been some drivers that have had a problem here because they hold their breath. I'm going to challenge you to hold your breath for 2 laps and see if you can do it.
I don't know that I can do it.
Here we go. Here comes green flag right now. We got a long way to go, Kim. Turn 2 gets really flat on corner. That's it. Left side tires right on that yellow line. Woo! You're halfway there. You're halfway there.
I only made it 1. Nope, couldn't do it. I could do it for 1 lap.
Well,
I gotta take deep breaths or else I'm gonna lose my lunch and pull a Noah Gregson, and I don't think anybody wants to see that.
Yeah, well, listen, with the G-forces, I'd have never known it. It would all stayed over there.
It takes a lot out of the drivers.
It's pretty crazy.
Well, Kim, you are a terrific sport. I'll just say these guys were too chicken to go do that with Jeff Burton. So how did you survive that ride with Burton?
Oh, gosh. I wish everybody could do this because it gives you a different level of respect for the drivers. You hear them talk about how physically and mentally challenging this racetrack is. You see them climb out of the car exhausted and taxed, but until you're in the car, you have no understanding of how violent it is, how quickly things happen. And, oh, by the way, it was just 1 car on the racetrack for us, no pressure situation, and about 20 laps. Add 35 cars to that, high pressure situation, 500 laps. And, oh, by the way, guys, it's an elimination race. So this racetrack literally beats the drivers up.
You're a brave lady, Kim Kuhn. That's all I got to say. You're a brave lady.
Yes,
So, hey, DJ, all kidding aside, where would you rank 500 laps at Bristol in terms of toughest challenge for a driver?
As tough as it gets. You know, we had Darlington just a couple of weeks ago. That's a hard 500 miles. But these 500 laps here, you talk about 15-second laps around here. The mental side of it is very difficult, keeping yourself in it, knowing when to move around on this track. But the physical side, yeah, these guys don't want to do anything tomorrow or Monday, I can tell you that.
Well, tough for the drivers, but an absolute thrill for the fans. That's why they pack this place every year. When we come back, we'll hear from Joey Logano, Tyler Reddick, and other playoff drivers as we set the table for the first cutoff race of the 2022 playoffs. Countdown to Green is brought to you by the new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Only at Sonic.
Digger, Cindric, side by side.
Ever woke up from a night out like your head was in a blender?
I cannot believe what I just saw.
Or woke up in a cold sweat from that dream where you felt like you were skydiving without a parachute?
That's why there's people in the grandstands. They want to see that battle.
That's a little taste of Bristol. The hold your breath, heart racing, head spinning, G-force orbit inches from dozens of competitors who want to steal your glory. Why put up with all the anxiety and submit to the demands that wait inside the cockpit?
Just told him, it was kind of a move that he did there.
Because all the stress and the strain, the jolts and close calls are part of life.
Oh, damn, man, holy crap.
And Bristol makes a racer feel alive.
Man, the racing at Bristol never disappoints. Here's what's on the menu presented by Sonic. Kyle Busch is a free agent no more, signing a multi-year deal with Richard Childress Racing starting in 2023. 2 races so far in the postseason, both of them won by non-playoff drivers. Does that trend continue tonight? And this evening, the focus will be on the cut line with 2 former champs coming into the race below the cut line, and Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick. DJ, let's check out the odds for the Bristol night race here tonight. What you like there?
Oh, well, we can see Denny Hamlin's the favorite here tonight. Kyle Larson right behind him. Look down the list a little bit, though. Joey Logano, you think about how hard he fights. That's pretty good odds to get 14-1 on that man.
Career start number 500 for Joey Logano, who's with Kim Kuhn.
That's right, career start number 500, and in those starts you found victory lane on the concrete at Bristol twice, but with the next-gen car and never having been here at Bristol on concrete, can you lean on past success?
To a certain extent, right? You know the track's going to change. You kind of have an idea of which way the track's going to go. Now, the adjustments you need to make sure it's good, it's probably hard to say exactly what those are going to be with this next-gen car, and as we all figure it out together and only limited adjustments from practice, it's a challenge just like every other track we've been to, and I will say, though, 500 laps here is always a grueling race, and doesn't matter how many starts you have, you're usually exhausted at the end of this one.
Well, Dave, he will roll off in the 15th position.
Kim, right behind in 17th position tonight will be, well, not Bo Reddick, but actually Tyler Reddick will be driving the car. And that's good news because you've been pretty quick here. What can you do from 17th needing to go? You're just +2 to the cut line.
Yeah, we're really close. He's singing.
Which song is he singing?
What are you singing? I don't know what he's singing. Maybe Alexa's
Is that your intro song?
It might be, but yeah. No, we just got to go have a solid night. We'll just see how it shakes out. Stage 1 and Stage 2 will really be telling. But get Stage 3, we'll see where we're going to be and go from there. I'm ready to go. My son's even more ready to go, it seems.
All right, looks like the whole family is pumped, Dylan.
And Dave, Austin Cindric also in a similar position, +2 to the cutoff line. So anything can happen here, as you well know. How do you manage that gap tonight and keep fighting?
Yeah, I think we're in this position because we haven't taken ourselves out of it yet. I'd like to think that we're going to have the performance tonight to be able to do our jobs and make it in the next round, but I think it's critical, the execution, but on top of that, the performance. I'm having to go up against some pretty good race car drivers, cars, and teams, and I think we're one of them. We just got to cross all the T's, dot all the I's, but get this Freightliner Ford Mustang some speed. Should be in the next round.
Marty, he starts ninth tonight, going to try to finish there and keep fighting for a shot at his first championship.
So, Kyle, let's talk about the drivers who are barely above the cut line. If you were Austin Cindric, Tyler Reddick, or Daniel Suarez, how would you play the race tonight? Can you play prevent defense at Bristol?
I don't think so. I don't think you can play anything but offense at Bristol. There is no defense here, and I think we saw it last night with Landon Castle. Had a mechanical problem. He's out there doing the best he can, trying to gain as many stage points, as many points as he can in the entirety of the race, and has a mechanical issue. There's nothing you can do. You got to go get every stage point you can get. You got to fight for every position all night long, and you got to be there at the end to make something happen.
Yeah, you better be coming into this race thinking that you're Patrick Mahomes and Kansas City Chiefs or that you're the Golden State Warriors. You're all offense. Score as many points as you possibly can here tonight. Maybe you'll end up in this victory lane.
So one of the coolest things about the Bristol night race, the driver introduction. So drivers get to pick their song for their introduction. So, DJ, if you could pick a song, what song would you have picked?
I didn't think long on this, but I did a video one time with Alan Jackson.
Yeah.
With a number of other race drivers. It was called Who's Cheating Who?
Oh, very nice. KP, what song would you pick?
Yeah, one time the NASCAR drivers did an album, and Richard Petty sang King of the Road, so I'd have Richard Petty sing me into this place.
Oh, that would be pretty cool. I like that. When we come back, we'll hear some of the live introductions for the playoff drivers as we close in on the green flag for the night race at Bristol. One of the best NASCAR events of the year, the Bristol Night Race. Track officials tell us the biggest crowd at Bristol in 10 years with around 100,000 fans from all 50 states. plus Washington, D.C., and 17 foreign countries. How about that? All here to witness the first cutoff race of the 2022 Cup Series playoffs. You know, DJ, does this atmosphere get you fired up as a driver before you climb in the car?
Oh,
this
100%.
is awesome.
There's nothing like this. I mean, it doesn't matter where you go. I mean, there are bigger crowds in some other places with actually more people, but not in a small place like a half-mile racetrack. Just incredible.
Yeah, I do a show called Dinner Drive, and I did one with George Rogers, and we walked out on the field at Williams-Brice Stadium, and he said, there's nothing like it in the world as to walk out on that field and hear all those fans cheer. This is our Williams-Brice Stadium. This is our opportunity to hear the fans cheer. Just like NFL players, just like college football players on a Saturday afternoon, you hear that roar.
And this is a college football Saturday, so this is the closest thing probably to a college football atmosphere, isn't it? Just incredible with the 100,000 fans here to witness all the playoff drivers introduced here at the Bristol Motor Speedway for the night race. The atmosphere is so much fun. And to do the driver introductions of the playoff drivers, here's Michael Buffer.
And now, are you ready to meet your 2022 NASCAR Cup Series playoff drivers? In tonight's Bass Pro Shops night race, 4 drivers will be eliminated. After tonight, who will move on? Who will go home? Let's meet the drivers. Introducing first, this 2014 champion is a 3-time Cup Series winner right here in Thunder Valley. From Stewart Haas Racing, driving the number 4 Ford, it's Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, quite a few cheers there, a few boos along the way. They remember some races here, but yeah, that song, Old Man Down the Road. He's the oldest driver in the field, but don't mistake that for not being able to go 500 laps here and possibly win.
Driving the number 14 Stewart Haas Racing Horde, Chase Briscoe.
Woo! Chase Briscoe, we saw him here throw that Hail Mary in the dirt race. He's introduced to the song, The Boss. And let me tell you something, Kevin Harvick came out a minute ago. To be the boss tonight, he might have to beat the boss.
Final regular season race at Daytona. Driving the iconic number 3 Chevrolet, Austin Dillon. An 8-time Cup Series winner here at Bristol. One of those being this year's spring race. Driving the number 18 M&M's Toyota, Kyle Rowdy.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Listen to that song. I don't know what the name of it is. He said it's called Rowdy. I think he should have played a little Conway. Take this job and shove it.
Rookie of the year, driving the number 2 car, Austin Cindric.
Austin got boozed after the Xfinity race here last year,
Yeah,
DJ.
he did, but you know, he's already the Rookie of the Year for this, so he's got that going on. Wants to make it into the next round, though.
For Richard Childress Racing, Tyler Reddy.
Listen, Tyler's got to make something happen. The name of his song is Sabotage. I think his little boy was singing it before we went out here. I think he sung a better version than we're hearing right now.
At Sonoma, and this season, he earned a spot in the first ever Cup Series playoffs. Driving number 99 for Trackhouse Racing, Daniel Suarez.
Yeah, he actually appears in the music video for this song, I Feel Good by Pitbull.
I didn't know that.
That's cool. What's he throwing?
This watermelon farmer turned race car driver has 2 wins this season, earning him a spot in his playoff debut. Driving car number 1 for Trackhouse Racing, Ross Chastain.
Whoa! Listen, if they're booing, they're paying attention, ladies and gentlemen. It's not the watermelon crawl. The watermelon man hadn't been crawling all year, and he's not going to tonight.
And the defending Bass Pro Shops night race winner, driving number 5 for Team Hendrick, Kyle Larson.
They love him here. Don't need to say much. Kind of rounding into that championship form once again.
Regular season champion, driving the Hooters, number 9 Chevrolet, Chase Elliott.
My man Chase needs to get on track tonight. Ride the lightning. He needs to get on track here.
Spots in the Cup Series playoffs after last week's race. Driving the number 48, LA Chevrolet, Alex Bowman.
All right, had a couple of good races. I'm proud to be standing beside the newest member of the Alex Bowman fan club.
That's me, baby, that's me.
Team Penske Ford Mustang. He's been in victory lane 7 times in his career, making his 6th playoffs appearance. Ryan Blaney.
Ryan Blaney, his song is Angel Band. I think he picked the wrong song tonight. Ain't no angels here at Bristol tonight, baby.
A 2-time winner here at Bristol and the 2018 Cup Series champion. Driving for Team Penske in car number 22, Joey Logano.
Oh, man, how did they bull a man on making his 500th start? Now, the King Richard Petty and Matt Kenseth won in their 500th start. Logano won in his 300th. Can he do it on this 500?
A 2-time night race winner here at Bristol. Driving the number 11 car for Joe Gibbs Racing, Denny Hamlin.
Denny going to clean up those things on pit road. It's a hard knock life. It's a hard knock life for that guy right there. Let me tell you that.
With wins at Atlanta and Martinsville, he's the 2022 playoffs. He's in it, driving the iconic number 24 for Hendrick Motorsports, William Byron.
Well, the song is Time to Chant here, so that's what he's up for here. Really a grounded and coming into his own in the playoffs.
Playoff leader who's locked himself into the round of 12. Driving the number 20 Yahoo Toyota, Christopher Bell.
Christopher Bell, the only guy that slept good last night, knowing he's in the playoffs. Remember the name. And believe me, that's his song, and people are going to be saying it for a long time.
There you have it, race fans. That's the starting lineup for tonight's Bass Pro Shops night race here at Bristol Motor Speedway. It's Bristol, baby!
Always so cool. The driver introduction, just part of the incredible atmosphere of the Bristol night race. Perfect evening for the first cutoff race of 2022. We'll go from 16 to 12 tonight. The cut race at Bristol always seems to bring pressure and tempers. No better example than last year's race, won by Kyle Larson. And here's how it happened.
Chased hard into the turn. Harvick, can he clear him?
Yeah, Bristol, obviously this is the battle for the lead right here.
Whoa!
Yeah, I'm just kind of hoping they do
stay tight.
something like this and I can squeeze by.
Contact!
You know, Harvick and Chase get together and I think Chase's left front goes flat. So now I'm just focused on Kevin and how I'm going to get by him. And but then, yeah, I see Chase come off the pit road and it doesn't really cross my mind in the beginning that, he's mad at Harvick.
Harvick's having trouble getting around the 9 car, Chase Elliott.
As he's not pulling away, I'm like, okay, he must be upset.
Still clear. Break with you, trying to go high on you. Clear up, clear up. Still clear.
I get a big run off of 2 diamonding.
Put some inside. There he is, even.
And do a little slide job, and he tries to wreck me.
Harvick puts the bumper to the back of the 5.
But still got it kind of going. I think there was just a few laps to go at this point.
Larson clears him. Out of 4, Larson's going to win at Bristol.
That was my first win at Bristol, so always wanted to win there really bad. It's my favorite track, and I've been faster, led lots of laps, and I've never closed the deal out.
And now they're beginning to push each other. It did start to get physical there.
You needed a little bit of help from Chase, which is good, but good to finally win there.
The anger of the Bristol night race. Paybacks are a real thing, especially in the night race, Kyle. So Ross Chastain, got to bring up the name, plus 26 above the cut line. The long list of people who want to, quote, pay him back is infinite, right? Will someone exact revenge tonight?
Listen, drivers talk the talk, but they rarely walk the walk. That was a perfect example by Chase Elliott of somebody paying somebody back without ever touching their car, without crashing. That's the kind of payback that Ross or any other driver might want to experience or might want to look for tonight, is somebody holding them up. Not necessarily taking them out, just holding them up.
Yeah, you don't go into this race or any other race thinking that might be. Now, if a situation comes up that you're in that position, somebody might do that, but they're not thinking about that at all.
All right, time to put it on paper. DJ, who do you have going home tonight?
Oh, well, yeah, I hated to do this, but I think Kevin Harvick has to win. I think he's going to be in the mix. Don't know he will. But the 3 of Austin Dillon, I think Chase Briscoe and Daniel Suarez.
KP?
I got Chase Briscoe. I've got Austin Cindric. I've got Austin Dillon. And I've got Rowdy Busch going home at the end of the night.
Come on now.
I know it's already been his week. He's got a new deal. He can go home early.
He's so close to the cut line in one of his best racetracks, though. I've got Harvick, which I wish I could take back after talking to Rodney Childers a minute ago. They're very confident in their race car. I've got Austin Cindric, Daniel Suarez, and Tyler Reddick. Now, listen, Reddick is fantastic here. I think 500 laps with no mistakes is a tall order for any driver here. I'm not sure they can make it through. The one thing I do think, DJ, a surprise driver is going to go home tonight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Reddick might be owed a little something here from the dirt race.
That's very true.
Great point.
It's the night race at Bristol. Who knows what can happen? When we come back, time for our race-winning predictions as we close in on one of the biggest events on the NASCAR calendar. Bristol, Tennessee is home to one of NASCAR's smallest tracks, but it plays a huge role in the Cup Series playoffs. The night race at Bristol is just special, and I think Chase Elliott put it best earlier this week. He said, this race is the race that made me want to be a driver. Richard Childers hanging out here, DJ. I think he's feeling pretty good about signing up his guy, moving forward with Kyle Busch earlier this week.
Yeah, he couldn't feel any better unless the 8 and the 3 both go into the round of 12 after this night's over.
That's a terrific point. That's what he really wants from this evening, right? Let's check out the odds for the Bristol night race, DJ, and might have changed from the last time we looked at them. Let's see who the favorite for this evening is.
Denny here. Yep, Denny Hamlin's still the favorite. Larson up there. Gosh, you look down there. Ryan Blaney, Joey Logano, that's pretty good odds. Both those Fords pretty fast.
Yeah, they are pretty good. Logano would be a pretty good bet. So let's see our race-winning predictions for tonight and see who everybody thinks might win this race this evening. See what the booth guys thought. And I know a couple of them might have picked Kevin Harvick, which maybe I would have changed my pick. So Dale Jr. went with Kevin Harvick. There you go. How about that? Yeah, I think they're going to be pretty good this evening. They have a tendency to do pretty well when their back is against the wall.
For sure.
Jeff Burton, Kyle Larson. That's a good pick, I think. He's kind of coming to his own here at the racetrack. Steve Letarte going with Christopher Bell. I think that's a nice pick. What do you guys think?
That's good. Listen, I didn't take it, but that's good.
There you go. DJ, who did you go with?
I'm going with a little bit of an underdog. That worked good for me last week, so now I'm going with Ryan Blaney here tonight. I believe that he gets at 0 out of that win column.
Wait, he's an underdog?
Well, he was 13-1 odds. That's a pretty big underdog.
That's a good point. Kyle, who did you go with?
I asked Junior, and he said, what does Kyle Petty know? So Kyle Petty said Kevin Harvick, the old man down the road. He's called it already.
Wait,
he's moving on to the next round.
Didn't you have to pick Harvick?
He's moving on down. I got him going to the championship. He's my champion. I got
Look
him
who's
going
here,
down
by the way. Gene Haas here. No F1 race this weekend. So Gene Haas hanging out with his man, Kevin Harvick there. So I'm going to go with Denny Hamlin. Listen, I think it's tough to find a driver who's better at this racetrack than Denny Hamlin in this modern era. I don't know if you agree, DJ, but he is fantastic at tuning in his car as the race goes on.
Yeah, he's so talented and he's smart. And that really helps a lot over 500 laps at this place.
Yeah, and I think he's got the patience over 500 laps as well to be able to get something done. Second in the first 2 races for Denny Hamlin in the first round. They've been impressive and not a bad pick. I did have him going to the championship floor, by the way.
He's patient until he needs to move somebody out of the way.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good point. Chase Briscoe below the cut line right now. Can he make it in? Racetrack has been awfully good to him. Austin Cindric as well, trying to get above that cut line after 500 laps here at Bristol. When we come back, one of the best pre-race ceremonies of the year as we close in on the green flag for the Bristol night race.
Winning a race at the Cup Series level is hard enough, but winning a championship, that's an extremely elite list.
This is a game of chess. You're going to have to think 2 or 3 moves ahead of time.
We went to the Southern 500, chaos. We went to Kansas, chaos. And now we're going to the King of Chaos.
Saturday night under the lights. That's the coolest place to go race.
It's just a very intense place to race.
We got an incredible battle around the bubble.
It's a survive and advance mentality. You just got to have grit.
having everybody write you off and then coming back and doing what you're not supposed to do, those are the ultimate rewards because I love proving people wrong.
The most important aspect, obviously, is to win. Win and you're in.
Boys, so far the playoffs, heck, this entire season has been crazy and unpredictable. We expect nothing less for that than the Bristol Night Race tonight. First elimination race of the Cup Series playoffs. KP, where does the Bristol Night Race rank for you in terms of an event?
It's a huge event. It's more than a race. It's an event. We just saw 100,000 plus people stand up and sing God Bless the USA.
If you're not fired up yet, you will be after this. Time for tonight's pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Cherokee High School Junior ROTC presents our nation's colors. Please remain standing as the Commissioner of the Tennessee Department of Tourist Development, Mark Ezell, offers our invocation.
Shall we pray? Dear God, thank you for tonight. We know you made the sunrise and the sunset and now this beautiful night here in Bristol, Tennessee. We pray a special blessing over these brave drivers and their crew. And Father, we ask that you'd help all of us in this blessed nation to know your grace and mercy, and that we would treat others with more compassion, integrity, and love. In Jesus' name I pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, here to perform our national anthem, a longtime Bristol Motor Speedway tradition. Please welcome back the children of the drivers and crews from Motor Racing Outreach.
Wow, what a fantastic job. Kids, the flyover tonight. The playoff field is cut from 16 to 12. The Bristol Night Race is next.
I was just a young and bouncing on my mama's knee. She said there's only one thing to set your soul free. Wasn't no easy street where I come from. There wasn't no sleep until the work was done. That victory bell, one for the money, to another show. Please start your engines now and rock and roll.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol, the Bass Pro Shops night race. And it is Elimination Saturday. And what better track than the world's fastest half-mile, Bristol Motor Speedway. Alongside our crew chief, Steve Letarte, Rick Allen with you. And Steve, this has become such a huge event. The night race here, but now it's an elimination race.
Yeah, well, it's electric. It's the idea. NASCAR runs all over the country, but these big spread-out racetracks, but not here at Bristol. It's the Coliseum. It is jammed in. As a competitor, it's the one racetrack you can feel the fans. They are right on top of you. That energy, that excitement, it's always existed at the night race. Now a playoff cut race. I didn't think it could get more intense, but tonight has that feeling.
And now what's on the line? Let's take a look at the Cup playoff standings presented by Xfinity. Only one driver coming in before this race starts is comfortable, and he will head on to round 2. That's Christopher Bell based on points. There are 2 champions in Kyle Busch and Kevin Harvick below the cut line right now. And again, after this race, the bottom 4 in points are eliminated. Let's bring in our drivers, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jeff Burton. All right, guys, are these guys nervous as a cut race here at Bristol?
Yeah, I think they're a little bit nervous. I mean, you can't help but get nervous when you come to Bristol. This place is menacing. It's intimidating. And a lot of bad things can happen to you here. I mean, there's something happening around the racetrack. You can't escape from the race car drivers on the track. There's nowhere to go.
If you're in great shape in points, you hate this racetrack. If you're in trouble like Kevin Harvick, you love it because opportunity is created. A guy like Harvick, he's going to embrace this. Chaos is an advantage to him tonight. He wants to create it and then use it to his advantage.
All right, a win and you advance. Junior, who's your guy? Who do you think is going to win tonight?
Yeah, you're looking at him, Kevin Harvick. I love this scenario for Kevin. I think he's built for this, just like you said, Jeff, and you know him really well, having worked with him in the past. I think the guy looks at this as like, this is how I make my name. This is how I become an icon. This is how I really, raise the level of who I am. I'm going to win this race in a moment where it looks like it's totally impossible. My back's against the wall. He said it earlier in the year. They don't know us. This is what we are about. He's going to prove it tonight.
Yeah. I'm going to go with Kyle Larson. I think Kyle Larson, what I saw yesterday in practice, he just looked like he had the best car. He's very good at moving around the racetrack. That's going to be important tonight. We're going to see cars running the bottom. We're going to see him against the wall. He loves all of that and any of it, so I think Kyle Larson's a guy tonight.
I'm going to take the guy, Rick, you said was comfortable because he was in. Christopher Bell, who drives that 20 car, he's the only playoff driver guaranteed to advance. He's already into the next round. He says he loves this racetrack. He loves this race, that energy, that excitement, and a little bit of that comfort. That'll be the driving factor for Christopher Bell. He's my pick.
And again, 16 drivers, all with an opportunity for the championship. But after tonight, that will be whittled down to 12. Drivers are all strapped in. Let's fire the engines. That means we go trackside for the command.
Here to give the command to start engines for tonight's Bass Pro Shops night race. Please welcome noted conservationist Johnny Morris, the founder of Bass Pro Shops, joined by some of his favorite fishing buddies and the next generation of conservationists. To start us off tonight, the voice of champions, Michael Buffer.
Good evening once again, race fans. The track is ready, the drivers are ready, the cars are ready. Bristol, are you ready? Racing fans, are you ready? For the thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world, it's Bristol, baby. Let's get ready to rumble!
What a beautiful Saturday night in America. And on behalf of all the outfitters that wake up every day excited to serve our customers with everything they need to do with the great outdoors, on our 50th anniversary of Bass Pro Shops, we are very proud to sponsor the Great American Night Race. We proudly dedicate this race to all the sportsmen and women in this country, to our conservation partners. Most of all, we dedicate it to the next generation of anglers and hunters and conservationists. Jesse, get us started, buddy.
Fired up when you're ready, man. Just got a text from Ward Burton. That's a bugling elk that we just heard there. before the command. The engines are fired. We're ready to go. We're racing at night at Bristol.
It's a track that you have to think about breathing.
I mean, you can't take a single second off.
Your heart rate's just spiked all the time.
Things happen so fast that you forget to breathe.
Just gets you jacked up as a driver.
Damn, I'm ready to rip somebody's freaking head off.
So high-paced and no time to relax.
Bristol's one of those tracks that definitely has you up on the wheel. You got to have your elbows up the entire time.
It's just a very intense place to race. It's an intense place to just make laps, honestly.
It's an intense track. I mean, it is. It lives up to the hype.
Saturday night under the lights. That's the coolest place to go race.
And it's all about to happen right now. I want to take a look at tonight's starting grid, brought to you by Bass Pro Shops. That will be on the left side of the screen up front. Eric Almirola and Chase Briscoe, an all Ford front row. Alex Bowman, Denny Hamlin right behind them. Want to dial up Chase Elliott with the Xfinity onboard, and we chat with him. Junior.
Hey, Chase Elliott, it's Junior in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, man, go ahead.
Man, it's the night race at Bristol, 500 laps. Tell us what this race means to you.
It doesn't get any better than this. This is one of those events as a kid that made me want to be a race car driver. So this atmosphere is unmatched, and just a real thrill to be a part of this event this year.
Talked in the media a little bit about some of the challenges of this track, some of the bumps down in 1 and 2. What are some things you're thinking about?
Yeah, just thinking about my poor qualifying effort. Now I'm gonna figure a way forward. So got our work cut out for us, but got the right team and group to fight through it tonight. Try to be around those last 100, have a shot. So ready to go to work.
All right, man. We know you got a long night ahead of you. We're gonna be watching you. Put on a show for us. Thanks for talking to us.
Yeah, man. Appreciate it. Y'all enjoy this one.
Junior, you've had quite an influence on a lot of these drivers. We're going to see their gloves that they're wearing. Looks like your gloves that we have seen in the past with you wearing, but this is for your foundation, correct?
Yeah, we're actually, we got about 50 drivers this weekend in a couple series at Bristol wearing these gloves. We're going to auction them off on the website foundation for the Dale Jr. Foundation, and all of this goes to Nationwide Children's Hospital. So we're excited for people to help us raise a lot of money to help those kids. And thankful for the drivers to you know, drivers are particular about what they wear, their shoes, their suits, and all that stuff. And everybody's kind of, you know, wearing these gloves. They got to break them in, get them comfortable. So we really appreciate them kind of going with the inconvenience there.
Actually saw Kurt Busch. You sent a pair to him as well. He said, I can't be there. I wish I could be there for the race at Bristol, but I've signed one. Dale Jr. is going to sign the other, and they'll be able to auction that off. So that was cool for Kurt Busch as well. We know he's watching. All right. Storylines aplenty here, the last race of the first round of the playoffs. Let's start it off with Dylan Welsh.
Rick, Daniel Suarez is 6 points to the good on the positive side of the playoff line. Not exactly comfortable, but there's only one thing that they're worried about tonight, and that's themselves, that 99 car. Daniel told me today that if they just control their own car, their own race, the points will be taken care of at the end of the night. And while he's struggled here lately, some overnight changes have him much happier for now than he was at the start of the weekend. Dave Burns?
Dylan, the camera has to pan way to the back to find Austin Dillon at the start of this race. He qualified 28th in a very nervous-looking Camaro. So he's got to go forward in stage one. The leaders will be coming. He's going to ruffle some feathers. He may have to take some risks, but he cannot ride. He's got to make up time because he starts below the cut line, -3 points. Kim?
Well, Dave, Chase Briscoe enters tonight's elimination rates 15th on the playoff board, 9 points below that bubble. And when I talked to the team this morning, they told me they're taking an optimistic approach to their situation. As you see Chase there with the Mahindra Tractor's onboard camera. Crew Chief Johnny Klossmeyer told me it's simple. They're currently out. They need to be in, and that means Chase gets to play offense. They were extremely happy with where they unloaded yesterday and said they did what they needed to do, and that's get early track position with their P2 qualifying effort. And the next goal, Marty, take advantage of that starting spot and get stage points.
Well, Kevin Harvick 3 times has been in a must-win situation in the playoffs, and he has delivered with a victory to either advance to the next round or win a championship. I would describe the mood in the Ford camp as we ride on board with the Hunt Brothers Pizza camera as quiet confidence. Rodney Childers said Kevin Harvick went out, made a 45-lap run in practice, didn't say a word on the radio, plugged in his digital radio and said, don't touch a thing. Rodney asked him again this morning, you want me to make any changes? He said, I said don't touch a thing. Kevin Harvick knows how to get it done at Bristol. He's finished first and second in the last 2 races. A win tonight, Rick, would put him into the next round.
And that's what he needs. He's below that cut line by 35 points before this race starts, so an uphill climb for him. All right, Steve, give us some numbers on this night race.
Well, we all know about the excitement and the grueling challenge that the Bristol racetrack is. A half-mile, high-banked, high speeds, 500 laps, a little over 266 miles. Stage 1 and Stage 2, both 125 laps. That leaves a final stage of 250 laps. A long final stage, half the race. Fuel window, over 150 laps. So Stage 1 and Stage 2, no problem. That final stage will absolutely require a pit stop.
All right, Steve, so the fuel window is 150 to 160, but what about these tires? We saw in the Xfinity Series last night, tires lasted. Old tires actually won the race.
Yeah, old tires won the race last night in the Xfinity Series. Now the Cup Series is next gen, a very different tire. It's a bigger wheel, but much the same. In practice, some of the fastest laps were run 35, 40, 45 laps on the tires. So this is going to be a little throwback. Elliott Sadler throwback. Remember when Elliott Sadler won it on old tires? This is going to be a grind. You heard Chase Elliott already concerned about where he starts because I don't think we're going to see a lot of pit stops. These drivers are going to have to figure it out on the racetrack.
Cars making their way back out onto the track after coming onto pit road and checking their pit road speed. Leading the field with some unique views is the Coca-Cola pace car cam. So we'll be able to check this view out as everyone falls in behind the pace car. Few other cool onboards that we're going to ride along with, and one of those is the number 8 of Tyler Reddick, the Cheddars, and it's on the spoiler, Steve.
And this spoiler is going to get a workout right here. This look, Bristol, new Bristol, old Bristol. Basically, they spray the bottom with this sticky stuff. Way earlier in the week, we've seen a truck race, we've seen an Xfinity race. At some point, maybe even here in the middle of Stage 1, they're going to be right up against the fence. This right rear spoiler is going to give you a great shot.
Yeah, the best shot's this one right here. Eric Almirola set it on the pole, the Ford Performance Cam. He's going to have a great shot when this green flag stops. I know that's the view he wants all night long. It's going to be hard to keep it.
So, Rick, you mentioned a must-win for Kevin Harvick. Now, mathematically, it isn't. But realistically, it really is, because it's not just minus 35, but minus 35 behind all of those drivers. If it was only one driver, you could say, oh, man, if it was just Chase Briscoe or just Austin Dillon, maybe they have an issue. Kevin Harvick has a great night. He can make up 35 points. But conceivably to think Briscoe, Dillon, Busch, and then even Cindric or Reddick would all have to have issues, that's asking a lot. So I do think the mentality is a must-win.
If you look at Ross Chastain and then go up the board, all those guys, what they're looking for tonight is clean, simple, nothing that goes wrong. If they have that, they're in good shape. From there down, it is a dogfight. They're going to have to treat every stage, every lap as it's the last one. If not, you'll find yourself not moving to the next round.
Oh, much like last night. We saw the front row swap. Junior, surprise you, or would you take the outside as well as the pole sitter?
Well, the outside's been the best to restart in the truck race and the Xfinity race, and I think that's what we'll see tonight, especially as this track widens out and that top becomes more and more preferred, which I think is going to happen about midway through this first stage. Happened in the second stage last night. It's going to happen quicker tonight. That outside groove is going to be where the leader wants to control the start.
Chase Briscoe will be on the inside. Listen into his radio.
Boys, know what we need to do tonight. I don't want to go to battle with anybody else. Get the best pit crew, best guys up on the box. I want nothing more than go get a picture taken with all you guys on top of that building at the end of the night. That's what we're trying to do.
With sword in hand as the fireworks are working their way around this half mile. The last great Coliseum, the site of the cut race for round number 1 of the Cup Series as they are fighting for a championship. Green flags in the air. We're racing at Bristol.
Already seeing that outside line performing really well. Denny Hamlin sliding into second place, and he's going to use that middle to try to continue to move forward. Felt so good in 3 and 4. He's going to run it in 1 and 2 back to the bottom of the racetrack.
Mahindra Tractors giving us this view on board with Briscoe as he's fallen back to that 3rd spot now. Blaney just behind him.
Blaney to the middle of the racetrack, going to try to get on the outside. It's 14 right there, jumps in the gas, forces the 14 to have to come out of the throttle on the corner exit, beats him down the straightaway. Again, 14 will struggle off corner here.
He surprised the 14 of Briscoe. He's not going to surprise him this time, though. Briscoe's going to try to get in the throttle. Wow, Blaney gave him no room whatsoever.
Foreshadowing there, guys, we saw a pass already early in this race on the outside.
Oh, it's going to happen. We know the groove's going to move to the outside.
Yeah, I mean, all the way back in the pack, the back half of the pack, a lot of guys way up the racetrack using that high groove. It's another guy using that top as well. Kyle Larson running the middle around the outside of Brad Keselowski's going to take this position.
And Larson moves up into the 7th spot ahead of Brad Keselowski. Ross Chastain behind them.
A lot of guys making up a lot of ground the back half of the field here in this high lane. Just a matter of time before the spotters and everybody starts telling their drivers about it.
And what gets difficult, though, is when everybody starts going up there, not all the cars are good. And you know, when you first jumped up there, you had an advantage. But once you get double wide, there's really nowhere to go.
There was a traction compound put on the bottom of the racetrack, that bottom groove, but it was put on before an ARCA race and a truck race and an Xfinity race and never applied again. Is that wearing out now?
Yeah, I think it just loses its grip. Still seems to be working really well, but that top has been ground years ago. And as the cars go up there and run, it really takes rubber much quicker than any other part of this racetrack. And when that top takes rubber, it too grips up. Look at these guys chasing it way up the racetrack. They're going to get higher and higher right against the wall in the middle of 3 and 4 before the end of the night.
Remember when they first ground that upper lane, it was a one groove racetrack. There was nowhere to run but the very, very top, impossible to pass. They've put that traction compound on the bottom to spread the grooves out, to give an advantage to one for a period of time, then an advantage to the other. Drivers searching around looking all night long.
Coca-Cola camera on Denny Hamlin giving us this view back to Ryan Blaney. These two have been the fastest two cars on the racetrack lap after lap.
Blaney's got a high entry, low exit, trying to get underneath Denny going into one. Denny's going to give him room right here. But now Denny's in the preferred line on the top. He can fight this off if he wants to. He can make this really difficult on Blaney. Right here.
Oh,
Blaney can't get to the throttle unless, if he stays at the throttle, he drives into the 11 car, so he has to lift.
Well, you say he can drive it to the 11 car, especially if Blaney keeps cutting down on people like that. That's his second driver that Blaney's given no room to whatsoever early in this race.
How aggressive do you need to be early on here? And for Ryan Blaney, here's a driver who currently is in good position, 72 points above the cut line.
Watch this, Rick. Watch this 11 car. He's going to try this top a little bit. Let's see. It's going to take him a few laps. Watch that run. He gets down the front straightaway. He likes that. Now back to the bottom of the racetrack. I wish he would have kept running up there. Looked like a couple more corners. He about figured it out.
I love this look back at Denny Hamlin and the work he's doing behind the wheel as he goes to the top. Junior, the drivers are talking about the force the actual steering wheel is taking. This new car, the steering of it, the downforce, the bigger tires, the combination of all three, just physically tougher to drive. It'll be interesting to see how it affects the drivers all night.
Yeah, like an arm wrestling all night long.
Yeah.
Hopefully they get out tired, wore out. We know these cars are going to take abuse too. It's, you know, we've seen this race car fail in some difficult situations throughout the season. Difficult part, all these new parts and stuff that they've maintained throughout the year have never experienced a race at Bristol.
Yeah, remember the last time the Cup Series was here, it was on dirt, so a completely different feel for the cars and drivers.
Old Denny, man, he's smart. He's moving around. He's going to find where this car wants to run. Briscoe right here.
Bell trying to take the spot away from Briscoe. Again, Briscoe was up there on the front row running in the 4th spot now, but Bell has put a lot of pressure on him.
We haven't said anything, but Eric Almirola continuing to lead. This has been an impressive weekend for that 10 car and that team. He's had speed and obviously qualifying up front, but that speed is in that car as he maintains the lead, and a comfortable lead at that. Dave, what you got on the 11 car?
Well, to Rick's point about this place being covered in dirt earlier this year, this is the first time these guys have used these cars on this pavement. And it was a big challenge, according to Denny Hamlin's crew chief, Chris Gabehart. But he said Denny took to it right away, has a great feel for this place, and you can see here already testing the lines in the 11 car. Big challenge for these teams here. These are the three who've got it right so far.
A little bit higher up the racetrack, the 10 of Eric Almirola, and that closes the gap now from first to second as Denny Hamlin has closed into 2 car lengths.
You're going to look in the mirror and see that 11 car closer, and he's probably not going to try that again. Back to the bottom of the racetrack. Denny can't follow him. The dirty air is no good. He's going to have to go wherever this 10 car doesn't go to try to get some downforce, some grip in this 11 car. Up to the top of the racetrack he goes.
And we're seeing now from that Ford Performance on board that he's pulling away from Denny Hamlin.
Yeah.
Most laps led tonight for Eric Almirola than all of his 2022 combined.
Denny doesn't like the top in 1 and 2. He's not really wanting to run up there. Right now getting a battle here from the 12 car. He's made the high line work in 3 and 4 though. He's actually got some good pace there, but in 1 and 2 it's not working.
And already the leaders have found traffic. Eric Almirola already lapped the 78. Here goes the 11 and the 12. And some of that traffic are playoff cars. Suarez and Austin Dillon just in front of the leaders. So 27 laps in and some playoff implications already.
You see the 22 Logano, he's lost some spots. He's down to 18th. He's had a lot of pressure coming from behind. He's been struggling a little bit. Kyle Busch, he's driving forward, Marty.
He has gained 1 spot, Jeff, and I talked to Ben Bayshore about how they're approaching this race, coming in barely below the cut line. Ben told me, honestly, it's 3 races in 1 for us. This first stage is massive for us in the 18 team. We have to get stage points because we know Chase Briscoe started second. He's likely going to get stage points, and we have to match that. So they have to come up through the field and how quickly they have to do it. And Jeff, he also said something interesting in his interview. He said, I have to get comfortable with being loose. What does he mean by that here at Bristol?
Well, what he was talking about, Marty, is that, you know, this car, especially this year's car, is very hard to drive when the back of the car is not attached to the racetrack. Feeling like it wants to spin out, it's hard to be aggressive with that. So in order to go fast all night long, if you don't have a little bit of that, eventually it's never going to turn. It's not going to turn like you want it to. So he thinks you're going to have that car loose so that it's good on a long run.
Blaney up to second, Almirola leading. You're watching NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol. It's the Bass Pro Shops Night Race.
Once upon a time, Texas was all cowboys and cattle, bourbon and barbecue, astronauts and yeehaw. Well, times change.
We are underway in Texas.
Takes on the back straightaway, car spinning around.
But also, they don't.
Hell yeah, boy! Let's go!
Giddy up. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Texas on USA.
NASCAR on in USA is brought to you by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. Toyota, let's go places. Northern Tool and Equipment. Start solving your projects today at northerntool.com. We're made for this. And by Bass Pro Shops. Sportsmen serving sportsmen for 50 years. New leader at Bristol, and that would be Ryan Blaney. He was able to get by Denny Hamlin. Eric Almirola has fallen back to the 3rd spot now. Chase Briscoe running 4th. Christopher Bell is 5th.
Side flag here, boys. Right front.
Oh, the 15.
Oh, we got
the 21 on the racetrack and the 15 as well with the right front flat.
Yeah, I saw a tire down on the 21, and now the caution has come out.
All right, stay up, stay up, stay up, stay up.
That's J.J. Yaley in the 15.
They both, it seemed like, I think both those cars had right fronts go down at the same time.
Ooh. Wonder what's going on with that, Steve.
I don't know, but the right rear on this 21 car is missing the lettering as well. So I don't know if he hit the wall before or after the right front went down.
Yeah, he went into turn 3 and had his tire problem and went up, got in the wall, and then the 15 had his problem down the straight.
Interesting.
Right side tires and right out of his pit stall.
Yeah, so I wonder if it's a wear thing or if maybe there's something on the racetrack. Seems kind of odd. Let's take a look.
Yeah, a lot of the tire issues that we've had this year aren't tire. They take a while to develop. You know, it takes several laps for this, you know, for a tire to fail, right? This could be something the teams might need to be concerned with as far as low air pressures and so forth.
Yeah, so the best way to think about it is a sidewall on the tread, like a little bit of a 9-degree. Picture a coat hanger. You bend it enough time, the coat hanger breaks. Well, if you run too low in air, that corner of the tire, it goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And time after time after time, it gets hot, it springs a leak. And then, to your point, Dale, over time, it gets low, 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 and finally goes flat. Too much camber, too much tow, not enough air pressure. Multiple things go into this. Definitely some wall contact, but like we said, is this before or after? Checking the toe link right there and the steering and making sure everything's still working for this 15-car J.J. Yaley.
So they got the right side tires changed there. You can download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, as well as radio broadcasts. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. And now the parade coming to pit road, and they're headed right at you, Marty.
Kevin Harvick said his car was building free, fairly happy with the handling of it, though. He did say, though, the brakes are shaking like crazy. They have a definite wobble to them. We'll certainly keep an eye on that, Kim.
And in the middle there, Kyle Larson told crew chief Cliff Daniels he needs help on entry, just 2 free. It's going to be 4 tires and Sunoco fuel right there on the bottom. Chase Briscoe said he was just way too tight, couldn't do anything with it. The last 7 laps, he told his team, it felt like his power steering went out, Dave.
Leader Ryan Blaney all the way around turns 3 and 4. A hard left turn into his stall. He'll get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel, just a little bit loose. As for Denny Hamlin, his car was migrating to the tight side on the exit of the corners. You get an adjustment for that, Dylan.
Christopher Bell started off a little bit tight on this run, but by the end of it, he said, we are really, really good. No changes, 4 tires and fuel for Bell, and here's the race off pit road.
Almost a dead heat coming off of pit road, but it was Hamlin by inches in front of Ryan Blaney. We'll get ready for the restart. And welcome back to Bristol as we get ready for the restart, riding along with Eric Almirola, that Ford Performance onboard. And Eric Almirola's car is showcasing the new Blue Oval City paint scheme. This all-new electric vehicle and battery manufacturing campus is in West Tennessee. This will be home to Ford's next all-new electric truck and will produce batteries for future Ford and Lincoln vehicles, with production beginning in 2025. And again, Eric Almirola was up front here earlier today.
As we see the cars choose right here, everybody kind of gets stacked up because you can't hit that orange box, but we've had a handful of cars stay on the racetrack. Brad Keselowski, Bubba Wallace, Buescher, Reddick, Suarez, and LaJoie. The top 6 cars have stayed on the racetrack. Bowman didn't. You see down there that little dash, but he came to pit road. He's running 13th.
Yeah, Steve, we talked about thinking that these tires were not losing much speed during the run. Well, we're getting ready to find out, because the guys that were leading this race, they did pit. Top front 3 rows did not.
Yeah, and you think about where some of those cars were running. Brad had decent track position, but like Suarez was getting close to going a lap down. So we'll see if this pays off for the 99.
Field approaching the Geico restart zone. Again, Keselowski, Wallace up front, and not a great start there for Bubba Wallace in the 45. Brad Keselowski surges out ahead.
You will see that all night long. That inside line's going to struggle all the way back through the field. Everybody's giving up a couple rows or a couple positions just to take that outside line.
And it looks like Buescher's going to be able to clear Bubba Wallace, so Buescher moves up to second, Wallace third, Tyler Reddick is fourth, Corey LaJoie out of Spire Motorsports back there in the 5th position.
99 of Suarez is struggling, being one of the last cars on old tires. He's got all these guys right on his heels with new tires. Not a fun position to be in for this 99. And they are pushing him. You feel like you're in the way. You're trying to do your best to find some pace, trying to get somewhere on this racetrack. There's nowhere to hide. Look at that car bouncing in the back end off into turn 1, Dylan.
And they've been having that problem all weekend, Junior. Daniel said that was their issue yesterday. The car just bounced and he couldn't get it to turn. They're battling that again. Daniel said it's just way too tight. They told him, stop the bleeding. We got to stay inside the top 15 here. So that's the goal for stage 1.
Well, he qualified 29th, and he was running 29th. When the caution came out, he stayed out, and now he's trying to get some track position. The reason he was running 29th is because of the bouncing, the poor handling car, and older tires is not going to help that.
Oh, goodness. That can't feel good inside the car. I mean, what we can see, it's 10 times worse in the seat.
But to your point, Jeff, right, 29th is kind of the line for this 99, right? If we run 30 laps here and he falls back to 20th, Was he going to drive from 29th to 20th? Because it didn't look like it in the first 40 laps of the race.
On the outside of Chase Briscoe. Briscoe hugging that yellow line on the inside. And Briscoe still trying to hold off that 99. Kim?
And some complications for him during his pit stop. We reported that he felt like his power steering went out. Well, I checked in with the team. They said it's a problem they felt like they've had for a few weeks. And it's not unmanageable. It is just very, very stiff and hard to turn that wheel. Briscoe currently in the 11th position.
Not unmanageable might be a matter of opinion. I'm not sure if Chase Briscoe is going to think that as fast and as loaded as this racetrack is.
Look who's also coming into the picture here. Teammate there at Stewart-Haas Racing, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Looks like that car's coming back to life.
Yeah, look at the 99. While the bouncing kind of continues, he's finding a little bit of pace off this top, Dale. Really, the top seems like maybe that helps those old tires a little bit, keeps the momentum up.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hard for the guy on the bottom to make the pass because he can't use the throttle. Now you see that car up there in front of him, the 7 running the bottom. That's Corey LaJoie. Use that car as a pick there and get some clean air. Right in front of him, there's no other car, so he'll have all kinds of clean air in front of him that'll help him as well. And this is a battle right now for third place between Reddick, Wallace. They're swapping that back and forth.
Little wiggle there out of Reddick in the 8 as Bubba Wallace driving the 45.
Interesting how Tyler Reddick is seen running the low line here. He's one of those drivers that's not afraid to run the high line in the 8 car. We'll see how that works over the course of the evening. Wallace still with the advantage here. Reddick, for his part during that run, it was tight across the bottom, 3 up top to start. Then it migrated tight overall, especially over the bumps in 1 and 2. He's the highest running playoff driver right now. Did not stop on that pit round.
13 laps in, now 14 laps in since the restart. Old tires still hold the top 4 positions. Keep that in mind. We get a late caution, a little bit of a shootout. Last night, Noah Gragson on nearly 100-lap tires won that Xfinity Series race. These crew chiefs right here paid attention. I know it's a different tire, but it looked the same in practice. These old tires are still holding on really well for the guys that have the cleaner air, Marty.
Nice battle between the Austins, both playoff drivers further back. Austin Cindric in 22nd, Austin Dillon in 23rd. On their last stop, Austin Cindric's team lost 9 positions. See, they got the wedge wrench stuck in the back window. So if you're Jeremy Bullins calling the rest of this race, does that take a page out of your playbook for adjustments of Austin Cindric moving forward? Would you be hesitant to make a wedge adjustment knowing, hey, that's a tight fit for that wedge wrench?
Yeah, that would be concerning for sure. But with so many laps left in the race, I'm not sure you could just take that adjustment off the table. I mean, we know the groove's going to move around. These concrete tracks change dramatically, and we're talking 434 to go. So this is where it comes down to communication and honesty. Go to that pit crew member. Like, could you have done it any better, or do we have an issue? Let's really talk through this.
Can you put grease on that and say, hey, is that something that could help out if that we make sure it doesn't stick in there?
Absolutely. I'll take any idea that allows me to still make wedge adjustments under these pit stops.
Looks as though the field's starting to move up the racetrack now. That high line has become the preferred line for most of these competitors, as Keselowski still holding on to the top spot. Buescher, Wallace, Hamlin, and Reddick the top 5. Reddick still trying to hold off Eric Almirola.
Eric's rolling around that bottom, and he's got to start playing some defense because he's got Blaney catching him from behind. So you have to you're trying to make a pass on a car, but you also see the car behind you catching you, and that changes what you're able to do. Dylan.
And Dale, we just heard some radio report about Chase Briscoe possibly having some steering issues. Here's another Stewart-Haas car maybe with a similar issue. Take a listen.
My steering's doing what Chase talked about last week. 2-4. Trying to rip it out of my hands in the middle of the corner.
So that's obviously not ideal anywhere, but we've talked a lot tonight about how hard the loading is going to be and how hard it's going to be to drive these cars when they're driving well. Not going to be easy when you have a steering issue.
So not only are you fighting this track, you're fighting against 35 other competitors, but now your car is fighting against you as well as you're trying to turn. Keselowski out front has almost a 1-second lead over Chris Buescher, running in the 2nd spot here at Bristol. No other view like this one. Looking down on the last great Coliseum. This aerial coverage brought to you by Geico, and a beautiful sight here. Nearly 100,000 fans in the grandstands here watching as Brad Keselowski continues to lead. Buescher running in the second spot.
We got a car in the wall. The
two of Austin Cindric got up into the wall.
Yeah, I think does he have a right front down as well? This would be the third flat right front.
Yep, says he had a right front flat, Steve, and he's trying to get a hole to come down. I can't imagine how frustrating that must be as a driver, Jeff. There's the hole to get Austin Cindric down. Now he's got to come all the way back around to his side of pit road.
And I don't know if coincidence or just bad luck. All three Fords, the 21 of Harrison Burton, a Rick Ware racing car, and now the 2 of Cindric. 3 Fords, 3 flat right fronts.
This is huge for Cindric. He was not that great in points anyway. This is a major setback, Marty.
Yes, you're right, Jeff. Came in below the cut line. This is going to be a huge setback for Austin Cindric. A green flag stop at Bristol will normally lose you 2 spots at least. Jeremy Bullins making the call, though, for 4 Goodyear tires here to make sure they got it. They did see it was a right front flat. Austin Cindric, his playoffs in jeopardy now after losing multiple laps here at Bristol. We'll see how many exactly he loses, Rick.
So now let's just make sure the 2 knows he can leave off pit road. Let's take a look at it right here. Yeah, flat right front tire, just, oh man, straight up the hill. It definitely just went flat.
It looks almost identical to what we saw on the 21 car.
And the 2 did. I was bringing up pit road because it's easy to make a mistake here. It's a long pit road under yellow. Under green, you only have to run your half, front or back stretch. Thank goodness, because the 2 cars still 3 laps down. If he would have run the entire pit road, it would have been 5 or 6 laps down. But the young rookie, very wise. He knows it's a bad situation, but only ran his straightaway, Marty. That did save them at least a lap.
And, Steve, I think this is extremely important to note. Austin Cindric just told Jeremy Bullins on the radio, I had no contact with anybody at any point. Boy, if you're a crew chief and you hear that, we are now 90 laps into this race. I'm sure everyone on pit road is now concerned.
Steve, we've talked camber, too, about these cars, and some people run a little more aggressive, but is it coincidence?
Oh, we got another right front flat, the 12.
And it's
Ryan
another
Blaney.
Ford. Another
10
Ford.
spins behind him. Contact into the wall as well.
And the caution comes out this time. Eric Almirola spinning in that 10.
So to your point, Rick, about the Fords, they all share information. So whatever they believe, air pressure, camber settings, toe settings, I don't think it is. I don't know if they are all just randomly going down, right? These are all the same manufacturer. Yep. I don't think it's a Ford issue as far as aero or something specific. It's more of an information concern, right?
We are literally around the same lap. We're 45 laps in. We had the 2 right front tires on the 15 and the 21. Now we're about 45 laps into the next run since that pit stop where we're seeing tires again. So around 40 to 45 laps is when these tires are starting to give these guys issues.
So you watch the 12 go up. That's pretty hard contact. There might be suspension damage. And then the 10 spins out just because it's, everything's happening so fast. Dale, to your point, I believe these tires are being damaged early when the air pressure is the lowest, right? That's when the damage is happening. It takes 40-something laps for this to become a big, big issue. And now we have the 12 sitting on pit road, and I think he has lost a wheel.
Yes, he did lose a wheel.
Oh,
actually,
man.
That wheel rolled down into the pit box of the 3 car. No left rear tire on that car.
So this is going to be a big issue because right here, see all the hands waving. The left rear is not tight. This rule has been updated, but this right here will be a penalty. It's updated to think if your tire stays in your pit box, no big deal, but that is a big deal. It went down, you start hit the wall in the 3 pit, very dangerous situation. Hopefully nobody was hurt from that equipment. Dale, back to your point, right? 45 laps. We've had a Rick Ware Ford, we've had the 21, the 2, and now the 12. They all share information. Now it is what can you change here? Camber, you're kind of locked in. Can you get enough air pressure in it to bring yourself to a comfortable level? This is we talked about Bristol. Hey, what don't we know? Well, now we know that the right front tires are susceptible to damage. And I would, since it's being consistent with one factory, I would say it's some sort of setting.
With this trouble, only 12 points above the cut line now for Ryan Blaney, who coming in here looked as though he was in pretty good position.
Steve, I would think that would force you on a pit road right here, too. Like, if you are forward sharing that information, I don't see how you can keep running. I think you got to change tires and make some sort of air pressure adjustment.
Well, Joey Logano, right? He's the last guy on standing, Marty.
Boy, what a flip of developments here. Kevin Harvick having to check up there for Todd Gilliland coming off of pit road. He said his car was better, still a little bit tight, but Rodney Childers did tell him, listen, 2 cars lost tires within a few laps of each other, so you got to wonder if another Ford made adjustments there, Dave.
Toyota on the top of the screen, Denny Hamlin running fine, moved his way back up toward the front. After that first stop, they'll make another one here. 4 more Goodyear tires, Dylan.
Dave, Chris Buescher on the bottom of the screen didn't pit at the first yellow. They'll come in here and pit this time. Was running second, said his car was pretty good up front when he had a little bit cleaner air. We'll see what he does here mired in traffic.
Not a good sign right here. The hood of the 10 up for Eric Almirola. Introducing the all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose 2 classics, the Fritos Chili Cheese Wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger. For just $5, the 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app. The 22 of Joey Logano, Dave, looked like he had to come back to pit road.
More mistakes, Rick. The left rear tire, the left rear wheel was not secured on this Ford. No other reports of tire damage on the 22, but the left rear was not secured. They had to come back down. They changed the entire wheel and tire assembly out. By the way, the 11 of Denny Hamlin running strong tonight. He's in a Toyota. His crew chief, Chris Gabehart, is watching this situation very carefully. Listen.
Front down on the 12. We have had no known issues in our camp. Done everything we can due diligence-wise to confirm that, but definitely worried about right front load here.
Steve, it gets your attention, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. You know, and like what Chris Gabehart said, everything we know, I mean, everyone down here is in a real hustle, so they're on their communication, talking to their war rooms, Jeff, trying to make sure everybody has the same information.
Concerned about right front load, the only way to back that off is slow down. I mean, you know, it's from the driver. That's
What's the other
only
option?
thing that he can do is slow down. Are you telling your driver to slow down, or are you telling him to roll?
No,
I need option B, please. All right, Tyler Reddick on the inside and Brad Keselowski on the outside. Keselowski easily taking the top spot. Here comes Christopher Bell in the 20, and he'll take second away.
Now that Kyle Busch made it 3 wide in the middle of 1 and 2. He is picking a ton of spots up right here.
Kyle Busch up to third now.
What a restart by Kyle.
Yeah, that outside line working as we see Chase Briscoe in the 14 also taking another spot. Marty.
Remember what Ben Bayshore said to me earlier today, and I just reported a little while ago, stage 1 is huge to us. The car we have to beat, the 14 car of Chase Briscoe. Kyle Busch with an incredible restart. They did not pit last time, 24 to go in the stage, and they look like they could get stage points exactly the way they planned it out. How about that?
Well, 24 to go. Hopefully it'll stick with the plan. I love that call. You see the 5 on the bottom, the 8 run on the top. Just remind everybody on the left-hand side, Brad Keselowski and Tyler Reddick, 102 laps. We've seen these right front issues on the Fords. Keselowski in a Ford, he has the same set of tires from the beginning of the race, continues to lead. So the durability as far as grip is there. It's just a question if there's another setting that are causing these flats.
So we see the 5 of Larson trying to get by the 8 of Tyler Reddick, and he'll complete the pass. Spark still coming out behind the 12. What's going on here, Steve?
I don't know what he has. He's had a missing left rear tire, plus he had a flat right front. Something is obviously bent and dragging.
Remember, he hit the right side wall pretty hard.
Very hard. It looks like something under the right half of the car, like something in the right rear suspension can bend with these coilovers and actually change the height of the car significantly. Something is dragging. This is going to be a long 20 laps for Blaney.
If he can go 20 laps. I don't know if it'll make it that long.
He came in plus 36, and right now, Blaney has moved down. He's only 16 ahead of the line.
And now everyone else is scared to death, right? You see this car sparking.
Probably going to break.
There you go. Feels like something's bent, probably going to break. And all these other cars, you can't. This isn't Michigan. You just can't tiptoe by him. It's like rush hour traffic. Yeah, a fishbowl.
Steve, it sounded like he said toe link, and we've heard that so many times at different racetracks. The toe link bends, and could it be something that's causing sparks?
I think it's the lower control arm or something that actually can adjust the height. The toe really only affects where this right rear corner is pointed. that shouldn't make the car travel more. Remember we saw Chase Elliott at Darlington bet the actual suspension components. That would have the car lower to the ground.
What are you going to do? Hey, his point is, what are you going to do? If you pit under green and fix it, you're done, right? What they're hoping for now is to get a caution and not be the caution, and then hopefully try to fix it.
Now the left side's dragging as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, they have a big issue they're going to have to fix. The real question is, I believe they're off the DVP. They've definitely run a 17-second lap. So now they won't be out of the race. I know that doesn't help, Jeff, but at least you get to continue. If you can milk it for 15 laps without whatever the issue is breaking and then just stop under the yellow, you're going to lose more laps. But at this point, you have to try to finish.
Whatever's going on is getting worse and worse. Like the back of the car is getting lower and lower and lower. Whatever's bent is.
I mean, it's so bad the left front tire's off the ground right when he's on the brakes.
He came onto the apron now. He's on pit road, so they're going to the pit box now, Dave.
He's in now, and we'll see what they can do. You see the wedge wrenches going in there. They're changing the entire setup in the back of that car, hoping it'll just stay up off the track, Steve.
Well, and there's only so much adjustment. These coilover shocks have basically a little hydraulic thing that you adjust. It's not like jack screws like the old car. So depending on how you set them, there's a little bit of wiggle room. But there's only just a minimum and maximum you can raise the back of this car, and it's not a lot, Rick. It's like a half an inch, like the thickness of your finger. That's it. Once you get it that high, you're going to have to stop, jack it up, and make some manual adjustments. How about Brad Keselowski, who just goes by the 12? He has yet to come to pit road. I'm not. That's my kind of pit strategy. That's the easiest thing I can do from on top of the pit box is drink water and tell you just stay on the racetrack. Great call right here from the 6th car. Matt McCall, I know they're, first year together at RFK, and there he is on the bottom, a late model racer himself, driven a lot of cars, and I like Brad. Could he be the big upset? We've seen 2 non-playoff drivers, Jeff. Could Brad Keselowski make it 3 in a row?
And Blaney gotten really slow again. That's something's broke.
Yeah, they've made whatever they did, raising the car up has made it worse.
NASCAR is going to get fed up with this and really quick.
Yeah, the back end of that car is dragging. It is getting lower and lower.
You mentioned crew chief Jonathan Hassler told me before the start of this race today, the one thing that we have to avoid is early trouble. We need stage points. Yep, and he's going to come back again, Junior. This is the early trouble they wanted to avoid so badly.
The right rear tire's flat.
And NASCAR has posted him for not making minimum.
Broken, so I don't know what you're going to do to
So
it.
now the toe link's broken.
Yep.
So there was a suspension item. Now I think it's the toe link as well. Look, this car just needs to go behind the wall, change the suspension. They're going to go 25, 50 laps down and hope there's a lot of attrition. I know that's hard to say, but that's all they have left. Make the necessary repairs before you are eliminated from the race.
Under 5 laps to go in stage 1. And as you mentioned, Brad Keselowski out in front has just a 0.2 of a second lead over Christopher Bell. You see how close it is. Bell, again, already locked into the next round, but wouldn't it be great to get another playoff point if Christopher Bell could get in front of Brad Keselowski to win this stage? The bottom of the racetrack, he's made up the ground again. Now, 3 laps to go here at Bristol in stage 1.
Brad has not come off the bottom of the racetrack this entire run. There he goes to the top. Trying to find some speed. Bell has to go to the bottom. Stay out of that dirty air. Brad, a little bit loose right there.
Under 2 laps to go. Keselowski trying to hold off Bell. It's Keselowski, Bell, Kyle Busch, Briscoe, and Larson. They're all in the top 5. The final lap of stage 1. Bowman, Buescher, Reddick, Byron, and Martin Truex Jr. in the top 10. Coming out of 4 for the final time, and Keselowski is going to win the stage here at Bristol. First stage win for Brad Keselowski in 2022 as the work continues on Ryan Blaney on pit road. 4 leaders today, none with 2022 wins. That means 18 different winners already. Could it be 19? Stage 1 complete of the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol. It's the Bass Pro Shops night race as the field making their way onto pit road. Marty?
Rick, I'm sure if Ben Bayshore drew up a play in the dirt earlier today, it would look a lot like this. Kyle Busch started 21st, 8 stage points. That's huge for this 18 team who came in below the cut line. He said, I can feel it starting to hurt the right front really bad. I need a big adjustment for a longer run, Kim.
First stop of the night for Brad Keselowski. Just said it's a little bit tight and his front tires chattering over the bumps. You see them finishing service there. Chase Briscoe on the bottom said balance not bad. 3 and 4, he's pretty good. He needs to work on 1 and 2. It just bottoms out sometimes, Dave.
Tyler Reddick stayed out the entire stage. 3 stage points for him. He needs them as well. He'll get 4 tires here. The left rear he felt was bottoming out. Dylan.
In the middle of your screen, Christopher Bell still pretty happy with his race car. Just said he was a little bit loose off the top. They were debating an air pressure adjustment, but no major changes on the 20. Alex Bowman at the bottom of your screen, no changes for him. He was just sliding over the rubber on that run.
It's Briscoe gaining 3 spots. Logano, the big winner there, only 2-tire stop. Tonight's race recap is built by Northern Tool and Equipment. All right, guys, it seems like tires the issue.
Yeah, it started with Harrison Burton. The right front goes down. Does a nice job. Doesn't make a lot of contact. We can't say the same for the 2 of Cindric. When his goes down, pretty big contact and even heavier contact for the 12 of Blaney, guys.
Yeah, Blaney also had some rear suspension damage from that contact, so he's been on pit road, still on pit road trying to fix this car. See the pieces and the tools, everything they need to be able to change the bent suspension to be able to get that car back off the ground.
So loses the tire, hits the wall. He's put on the damaged vehicle policy. That's a 10-minute clock. He then goes out, runs minimum speed with the damaged car. That doesn't just reset it to 0. That eliminates it. You're no longer on the clock. And for that reason, he can really sit here and make whatever changes he needs, but he just continues to lose laps, currently 19 laps down.
And what we see right there laying on the ground, lower A-frame, looks like they may be changing. And when the car was out there on the racetrack sparking, and you talked about it, Steve, with the damage, what would bend to allow that car to travel more, right? So it's definitely the lower A-frame and those suspension parts that allow that car to lay on the racetrack.
That's right. That's where that shock is mounted. So if that, if the foundation of your house moves, the whole thing settles. That's basically what happens. The lower control arm bends, the whole car settles.
Goodyear just came by and said that last right front we took off was good.
That's Rodney Childers giving that information to Kevin Harvick, who's on the inside. Buscher on the outside as we get back underway. Stage 2 underway here. The night race at Bristol.
You got to tell your driver that information because he's nervous. He's seeing all these issues, and he's putting that up in his head, and it's going to bother him.
Well, he also pitted on lap 95, so he didn't put on stickers right here, so he knows he's got to run these tires for a little while.
Ross Chastain was at the bottom of the racetrack, has drifted way up high.
And the battle back here in the middle of the pack is insane. You got guys way up against the wall. Look at the 5 of Larson going 3 wide. He has to back out right here. A lot of give it and a lot of take. And it's got to be equal. And when it gets unequal, that's when they have problems.
At some point, they give you a shot and take your spot. But that ain't got to that point just yet. It's coming, though. It's only lap 137. It's only going to get more aggressive.
2x2 here around Bristol. Todd Gilliland in the 38 trying to make the move on the 42 of Ty Dillon.
Todd stayed out. He pitted last on lap 95. Logano, he's the highest guy that pitted, but he only put 2 tires on.
Got a crash on the front straightaway. Car spinning around. Harrison Burton.
Get it back around.
Right front tire down again.
This is going to be a long
right front's
night.
flat, I believe. Yeah, right front's flat.
So now if you're this 21 car, you have to ask yourself, if you can't put enough air pressure in it, or if that's going to have too much of a damage, then Brian Wilson needs to come up with a plan A or B. I mean, you hate to say it, but he's back on the lead lap. You see him spinning right here. I guess I don't know if the right front was down before or after. It might have went flat after the slide. It looks like it has air in it right there.
Yeah,
so
I would think if the right front was down, he wouldn't have been spinning there.
Yeah, I agree, Jeff. I just jumped to the right front. Now, the crew chief in me, I'm trigger happy to talk about tires going down because that's what I'm so concerned about. That looked like a separate issue.
Harrison Burton bringing the 21 back onto pit road and to the attention of his crew. Harrison, one of the rookies in the field. Harrison's was a spin, but once again, a theme that we are seeing, right front tires going down. The next generation of Wi-Fi, it's here with supercharged speeds, faster than a gig. Unbeatable internet, made to do anything so you can do anything. Xfinity, proud premier partner of NASCAR. Chase Elliott had an epic battle a year ago with Kevin Harvick. It ended up not working out for either of them as Kyle Larson ended up winning the race. Right now, Chase Elliott running in the 20th spot.
Yeah, and Harrison, I had mentioned, he had a flat tire earlier, but they're back on the lead lap. So even with that caution, they're the last car on the lead lap. Now we're starting, Atlantic Castle's going to get the free pass. He was multiple laps down. We have no one 1 lap down. That's not surprising here. Sometimes we see it, but it's been I call it a slow go to run the first 141 laps. I just think that makes it just an even more exhausting night for these drivers, just time in the car. The effort's still going to be there to run all the laps.
31 cars on the lead lap, and as you mentioned, the last one there is Harrison Burton. 4 cautions come out, the most recent for Harrison. I want to take a look at the Xfinity fastest lap, and that is a fast one. Turned by Kevin Harvick at 15.326 seconds around this half-mile track.
The old hockey fight, the slash that turns into the wreck a little bit later. Tape room working hard tonight. A lot going on right here. Well, this is on board the 10 right here. You're going to see a little contact with the 2 of Cindric.
Boom.
He's trying to save his car, and unfortunately, real estate was at a minimum. He got into the left rear of the 21. So I'm going to shove you into the fight and then walk away, Rick. And if you get, man, I'm sorry if it ends up bad for you.
Yeah, once again, great job by those folks down in our truck finding that.
That's what happens when you were on the pole, and now you're back here in the middle of the mess in 29th, trying to work your way back to the front. Eric Almirola.
So it's Buescher and Harvick making up row 1 once again as the field approaching the Geico restart zone. Again, 4 cautions already. Buescher on the outside, Harvick on the inside.
Oh, man, that was an interesting restart. Really good for the inside line.
Almost looked like Cole Custer was pushing Harvick at that start.
There's a lot of contact in both lanes. Buescher just brought them down real slow. Didn't try to really out-launch them, just tried to slow them all down right before we got the green.
Bubba Wallace in the 45. That money line 45 of Wallace on the outside, Cole Custer on the inside in the 41.
And basically what I'm seeing right here, Steve, is you need to call this race kind of like a road course. As good as this tire is, as fast as you can be on an old tire, all you need to do is really just pitch yourself to cycle toward the front.
Wow, look at the 1 car. Just went way to the top of the racetrack.
When are you making your last pit stop? 150 to go?
Yeah, absolutely. These guys that pitted at 95 are going to try to go all the way to the end of stage 2, I would assume. And then you, just like you said, it's all about when you make that last pit stop. And this 1 car continues to run up the racetrack. Money line on board here for the 45 of Bubba Wallace. But that's exactly right, Junior. I'm doing the math backwards very quickly. I want to get that last set of tires on as soon as I can make it on fuel.
Hey, Steve, let's debate that a little bit, though. If you're Kevin Harvick and Rodney Childers, you're sitting in second. You're going to try to go, as you mentioned, 155 laps to the end of stage 2. You're a Ford car, though. You've seen a couple of Fords have tire issues tonight. Is that worth the risk to be able to push it to the end of stage 2 on these good years?
I don't think laps have anything to do with it. It's another issue. As Dale pointed out, the consistency or the kind of the consistent detail has been about lap 40 for the cars that have had a right front tire. We saw Brad Keselowski easily run 125. So I think if your car is set up correctly, the Goodyear tires that came off Brad Keselowski, the report from Kim Kuhn under caution was that they looked absolutely fine. So at this point, you can't call the race scared. You're going to have to go and run as long as you can on those tires. Plus for the 4, Rick, he's still 19 points below the cut line. He needs to find victory lane.
Steve, the other variable in that equation is they know what setup they have in there, and if it's similar to what the 12 had in it, or if it's similar to what the 21 had in it, then you would say, okay, wait a minute, we might need to worry about it. But if you're similar to the 6, you're saying, well, we think we're good.
Well, you're assuming they all know. I mean, just because they're Fords, I don't believe that RFK and Stewart-Haas Racing and Penske share that much information. If they do, then the world has changed dramatically. I think there's some sharing of information, but I would have a hard time living in the world if I just had to open my notebook for everybody that had the same manufacturer.
There's Bubba Wallace painting the bottom of this racetrack as Ross Chastain taking an opposite line around here. Now Wallace goes up into Ross Chastain's line. Dave.
Nice run for the most recent winner in that blue and black number 45. Bubba Wallace said his car was a little bit loose coming to the end of the stage. They made adjustments for that, and he said love it as they restarted in stage 2. One thing to keep in mind, he had 2 different restarts. One where he restarted in second gear, didn't like it at all. Restarting in first was a little bit better, so keep an eye on that.
It's good when your driver says love it. Chris Buescher out in front. Harvick, Hamlin, Wallace, Chastain, the top 5. There's a fight for the 10th spot. Logano in the 22 trying to get by Bowman in that 48.
Bowman had great speed in practice. Thought he had a really, this is a team that doesn't really have a lot of pace this year. Showed up this weekend looking really, really fast. Can put together a good race tonight to get a lot of points.
Well, Larson also had great pace in practice, and he hasn't been able to really work himself toward the front.
Yeah, if they're just limited to running this bottom, they're not going to go anywhere. They're going to need to figure out a way to get that track position otherwise, because passing on that bottom has proved difficult. You see the 48 looked like he almost had that 22 clear. The 22 drives right back by him on the straightaway. There again, he's clear. Here comes the 22 back on the outside. Just so hard to be able to put that pass together. It takes many, many corners. Wow. See the 18 there?
Yeah, Kyle Busch almost into the back.
Marty, what you got on the 18?
Well, Junior, remember earlier in the pre-race show, Kyle Busch said, with my success at Bristol, 8 wins here, more than anybody in the field, I've always worked the bottom. Tonight, he's having to work the top. So they've had to adjust on this race car, which gets tighter the longer that Kyle runs. In fact, earlier in the run, he said it was 8 out of 10 tight on the bottom of the racetrack, working the high groove now. So his teammate Martin Truex Jr., he's back in the 16th position. The Bass Pro Shop car with the Bass Pro Shop onboard camera tonight. Truex is saying he's having intermittent steering issues. We've heard this throughout the weekend here. We've also heard it earlier. He said it's just like the test at the Roval last year. And when it locks up big. Junior, the other thing that Martin Truex Jr. said is that he had something in his eye in stage 1. He tried to get it out under the last caution, couldn't do it. Said it's really bothering him inside the race car. Add 500 laps at Bristol to all of that as Kyle Busch makes a pass around Kyle Larson. I can't imagine what something in your eye would feel like.
Yeah, that is going to be a long night. We're hearing a lot of drivers talking about that, Marty. Just very difficult. You have power steering, and then all of a sudden when it gets loaded up, it gets very hard to turn. Well, it's hard to turn right in the middle of the corner when you need the car to turn the most. The guys are going to have to be conditioned. The one advantage they have, it's not a very hot night. So temperatures are coming down. That's going to help the drivers, but you better have come into this race physically prepared.
We continue to show the playoff bubble in the lower left corner of the screen, and you see right now in 9th, Blaney, they are still on pit road as we continue to watch the battles on the racetrack.
This 99 car of Suarez, he is loose. The back of that car, it keeps dancing around. He's using that high line to keep this position, but he is driving his hands off tonight. He is working hard.
Harvick there battling, closing in on Buescher for the lead. But to see what options Harvick has as he closes in on this 17 car. Buescher running the top of the racetrack.
Harvick followed him up there.
Yeah, Harvick runs a low entry, traditionally lower than the car in front of him. And then he runs a higher exit, so he's sort of offset both times. Entering and exiting the corner, there's a little offset, which we know this car really appreciates any kind of offset as far as downforce and grip. But how does he make the pass? That's the question.
Harvick 2 wins already this season. They came back-to-back, but it was after a long drought. A lot longer than Harvick was hoping for.
His line is unique to any. There's no one else that runs this line, and I know it's just a few feet different, but he enters a little bit lower, and then he runs off the corner a lot higher. I do not know how he makes the pace because it kind of goes against the style that you would typically drive. You know, you never chop the entry or shallow up the entry and think that's going to make a fast lap. He makes it work around this unique racetrack. Time and time again, he makes it work. No matter the car, no matter the race, this guy figures it out.
And how about RFK and the driver up front of Kevin Harvick? That is Chris Buescher, and he's never led here before, but right now leading at Bristol. And maybe a little bit of smoke out of the 45. Yeah, that right side smoking.
Absolutely, big smoke. That's a power steering issue. Yeah, it says he can't turn it, so let's see on board. I mean, it's hard to tell from this angle. Obviously, you see the cars going by. He's having some sort of issue behind the wheel.
So the difference in this one, guys, is that the other ones, they have power steering and then they lose it. It just gets hard to turn. He was never having it right there.
Well, if he had smoke, that tells me that there has to be fluid somewhere. Either the tire's rubbering something, or there's fluid. Look at the inside of that right front tire that just came off. Soaking wet. Guys, there's no reason to change tires. That's not going to fix this issue. You're going to have to open the hood, start looking at it. Look at this tire. Look at all that area right there. All that shine on that tire, all that right there, that is fluid coming out from, I'm guessing, the power steering system at some point. Jenna, you either need to open the hood or push it behind the wall. Can't turn it. Yep, behind the wall or mechanical issues are going to have to. Look, you can't even move. Look at that. That's wild.
So Bubba Wallace, last week's winner, now on pit road shaking his head. You can go from the highest of highs to the lowest of lows, and it's happening right here at Bristol.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
We get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
This just in. A giant robot has landed downtown.
Hey, Craig.
Hey, guys. This is just my workout stuff.
We know you're the Green Hawk.
Everyone knows.
What? That's bananas.
You're still wearing your mask, dude.
If you have a secret identity, you need to keep it secret. And if you want to save by bundling home and car insurance, you need Geico.
I'm not the Green Hawk.
Delivery for the Green Hawk?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
I will bring it to him.
It's back, America. Applebee's all-you-can-eat boneless wings, just $12.99.
Hey, Roval's back. You know, that 17-turn, nail-biting elimination race in NASCAR's playoffs, the one with all the surprise finishes and last-lap passes. Yep, that's the one. The one with the killer concerts and parties. Oh, and the fan zone. Insane. There's racing, and then there's Roval. Experience it for yourself. Bank of America Roval 400, Sunday, October 9th. Get your tickets at charlottemotorspeedway.com.
Side by side for the lead. Harvick, who is in a must-win situation coming into this Bristol race, almost taking the lead away from Buescher, but there. Buescher comes down to the bottom of the racetrack, and he holds on to that top spot.
Both 2311 Toyotas, I believe, have retired from the race with power steering issues. The 45 and the 23 almost on the same lap.
Things heating up here as you see the points. Again, the bottom 4 in points will be eliminated after tonight's race. Reddick, Harvick, Austin Dillon, and Cindric currently below that cutoff line. Still working on the car is Blaney. They've been working on it for quite a few laps. And so they are behind the wall right now trying to fix the 12. And Dave, how far are they?
Sorry, guys, I was getting out of the way of a wrecker that I was standing in front of, which was near the 12 car here. So safety issues abound here. They're far along on the right rear. They've gone to the right front as well. But remember how they got here to this point, and now they even still have a chance in the playoffs.
Oh, we got a
they
car
stacked up stage points, and they're only falling down a little bit.
Yeah, Harrison Burton up into the wall once
the
again.
43 is backwards on the front stretch as well. Oh, everybody is going by him. There's chaos everywhere all of a sudden.
Eric Jones spins around. 50 laps. That was a long green flag run, the longest of the night.
We ain't hit nothing.
Holy
That's
smokes.
good to hear. But Harrison Burton's woes continue.
Yeah, Harrison's got another right front flat.
Take a look here. This is Eric Jones in the 43. You see him, and there was the contact made.
So the 42 sees the 21. He tries to run the middle lane, and the 43 kind of just gets stacked up. And then these cars here.
Avoiding?
Yeah. Oh, man, the 21. So whatever it is that is causing the right front issues for some of these specific Fords.
This is interesting that it went just a little bit longer. So it may be an air pressure issue, and they're just creeping up with that air pressure. Their teammates or the other Penske cars have maybe made bigger changes to just drastically avoid any problem.
Jones still stopped on the racetrack.
Yeah, he's asking
AMR
for
safety team, yeah, right there, wondering, do you need a push?
Asking for a push. There, he's got it started and rolling now.
Dive Gibbs, he also, we're hearing, is having a power steering issue.
Is this power steering or engine on this one? I can't tell.
Did you check the level yet to see if there's any fluid left?
Okay, check the level. That sounds
All right,
like
turn it
a
up, guys.
power steering issue to me.
Kim.
Confirmed when I checked with the team before they went behind the wall. They did, in fact, say it was a power steering issue. As they brought it behind the wall, Billy Scott told the team, find every extra part and piece you have for the steering. We likely are going to have to replace it all.
So both of the winners of the last 2 races, the first playoff races, have had issues within the last 20 laps. Bubba Wallace and then Eric Jones. So now with this caution, the 5th of the night.
And that was a saving grace for Austin Dillon and Tyler Reddick. 2 cars getting ready to go a lap down right before that yellow comes out.
It's been that kind of night for Austin Dillon and Reddick. Both of them have been running right really at the end of the lead lap. Now the field coming onto pit road once again. Marty.
Kyle Busch told Ben Bayshore we gained on it, but we're still way too tight. He said, I really have to work the brake to get the car to turn, especially on the bottom. And interesting radio from a few guys talking about how the bottom is going to be big. They're talking about the top caking up. Kim?
And Chase Elliott right there, he said, I just don't have the versatility I need. I've not got comfortable with the pace and the balance yet. They're still working on that race car for Chase Elliott. Dave.
Remember, Joey Logano early took 2 tires, then 4. They will come down. It looks like they'll take 4 here to keep Logano in the game. Dylan?
Daniel Suarez at the bottom of your screen, still trying to get that balance of that race car a little bit better for him. It was tight center that run, but still struggling with the bounce. Big chassis adjustment for him. Christopher Bell still pretty happy with his race car, just trying to get some track position back that they lost here in this second stage.
Kyle Busch gains a spot. Christopher Bell loses one on pit road. It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs on USA, the Bass Pro Shops night race. And what an amazing crowd here. Almost 100,000 people in attendance watching this, the cutoff race for the round of 16. The mind-blowing Ford F-150 Lightning is here, and you could win one during NASCAR playoffs. Scan the QR code now or visit NASCAR.com/Ford Playoffs promo to get your chance to win the most innovative Ford F-150 ever. '19 of Martin Truex Jr. behind the wall, and you see Martin out of the car.
Yeah, we're hearing power steering issues was what I think we heard over the radio. When he comes by right here, just look out the right front. You're going to see just a little wisp of smoke. See, it just kind of pops out of it right there, Marty.
Boy, another Toyota with a power steering issue. Martin was kind of the first one to report it in stage one, said it was intermittently locking up, but when it locked up, it totally locked up, and now it's done. And you see Truex, who is not in the playoff hunt here, out of the race car. We'll see if we can get a word with Martin Truex Jr. here and ask him exactly what happened. Hey, Martin, let me get over here and grab him. Talking with Coach Gibbs. You said in stage one it was intermittent as it locked up, and when it locked up big. Is it finally done?
Yeah, it blew the seal out and pushed all the fluid out on the right front tire. So it's unbelievable. I mean, what Harvick say? Crappy parts?
Yeah. If you were your teammate Kyle Busch, how worried would you be right now?
Well, he's not going to worry. He's just going to drive it until it stops working. I mean, at the end of the day, that's all you can do. It's another one. I don't know.
He talks about another one. That's Bubba Wallace pulling behind us, trying to get back out on the racetrack, Dave.
And so, Marty, how do you prevent another one? What is the 11 team of Denny Hamlin doing to try to prevent this? Listen.
How's your steering been, friend? Really bad under brake, especially up top. It feels like it spikes the load even worse than the front tire slide. I cannot use brake at all when I'm up top.
The final word from Chris Gabehart, crew chief, was, I'm not sure what to tell you, but I think if you try not to load it, don't load it under steering, you may be able to save it. Dylan.
And so now, guys, we've seen problems for Fords, problems for Toyotas. Here's the first problem for a Chevy. Alex Bowman reporting he's having power steering issues as well and starting to fade on him. The crew is down here game planning what to do if it goes away completely, and Alex has to come to pit road or go behind the wall.
Just remember, this is the first time the next-gen car has been to the concrete version of Bristol. We have seen the dirt version. The concrete version has a ton of load, a ton of banking. The steering is an issue, has been an issue in this car earlier in the year. The teams all seem to have resolved that issue. Bristol creating new ones.
Buescher on the outside, Harvick on the inside, back underway. 45 laps to go in stage two. Saw Hamlin in the 11 down at the bottom of the racetrack there. Maybe a different line running for Denny Hamlin to avoid issues.
It's interesting from his crew chief talking about trying not to load the steering. I just don't know how you do that, Steve. I don't know as a driver. I mean, you got to turn the car. The only way to not load it more is to just enter the corner slower. I just don't know how you can not load the steering.
Yeah, I wonder.
Jeff, he did tell him to back up the corner a little bit too. Would that be one way to not load it?
Well, yes, but once you go to the throttle, you know, to get your speed back up, now you're loaded in the middle of the corner where the most load is. So I just don't know how you prevent it.
Well, listen, physics are physics. If you're running the same speed through the middle of the corner as everyone else, I think the load is, we're talking really close to the same. There could be some variation between running the bottom or the top. That would be the only thing that I can think of is, hey, man, is the bottom harder? Is it harder to turn on the bottom of the racetrack? Seem to work the power steering pump or the rack harder running the top. Only the drivers would really know that.
A great racing here. The Toyotas have blown. They're saying they're blowing. Martin said he blew the seals out of the unit. So that is something you're not going to fix.
And that's a great move by Kyle Busch, threading needle between his teammate and his 31 car. Justin Haley on the outside in that leaf filter Chevrolet gives the spot away to Kyle Busch. And Dale on the left, look at the big variety, right? 116 laps for the guys up front, a few with 80, and then a bunch of guys with 12 laps. So, you know, everybody with a different opinion, but those old tires are still holding on fine near the front. Yeah, I will just leave them on the whole night. Get a set that works.
Your favorite set of tires. All right, Buescher's up front. Harvick running in that second position. Hamlin, Custer, and Chastain top five. Then it's Larson, Kyle Busch, Bell, Haley, Bowman, and Keselowski, those two fighting for positions.
How about Roush Fenway tonight? We saw how well Keselowski ran early. Now Buescher leading the race.
And I'm going to give a tip of the hat to Ford. I was very vocal that I didn't think they had what they needed at the big track, but they've led all but one lap tonight, Rick. So Ford is showing up in the playoffs and showing up here at the Coliseum.
Yeah, Christopher Bell, the only non-Ford to lead a lap today, and that's only been one lap. Marty.
Boy, Rick, imagine being Kyle Busch. Came in below the cut line, the two-time champ right now above the cut line. But, Jeff, I thought Martin Truex Jr. made a fantastic point. Why worry about what could happen with the power steering? Kyle's going to go drive as hard as he can, gets another spot from his teammate Christopher Bell, now plus 21 above the cut line. So I think that's the mentality on the 18 team right now. They haven't said a word about their teammates' power steering issues. I think Kyle is simply focused forward.
I think he has to be. I think that's the right approach. If there was something that we feel like there was something major the driver could do to help this problem, then yes, go do it. But we just don't see it from here.
Let's see who's on the move with Power Moves, brought to you by Propane. Buescher, 19 spots up since the start of this race. Kyle Busch has made up 13 positions. Chase Elliott 12. Again, Buescher up front leading this one. Has a 4/10 of a second lead over Harvick, who runs right up against the wall.
And they are both running different lines. Look at Harvick here, running the top of the racetrack 3 and 4. The lap before, he's on the bottom of the racetrack. Back to the top, Christopher to the bottom. This racetrack is providing these drivers a lot of options.
You know, Kevin Harvick, we didn't think he could point himself in tonight, but if these troubles continue, can enough guys have trouble where he might not have to win this race?
Well, he's got two guys still in front of him before that cut line in Reddick and Austin Dillon, but he's only 11 points, now 10 points back. But again, a win cures everything, and he's running second. So if he gets up there, wins the race, he advances into the next round. There's the gap between 1 and 2.
I mean, the lap times are just so even. And dirty air is really frustrating this 4 car.
18 laps into this run, and amazingly, look at this racetrack. You can barely see another car in front of the race leader, Chris Buescher. Dillon.
So, Junior, to your point about Kevin Harvick and dirty air, the opposite is true for Chris Buescher. He said they felt like they've been really bad until they got to the front of this field. Now he's led 96 laps and nobody can pass him. So on a track as small as this is, clean air really does matter, doesn't it? It can affect how your car drives and really make the difference, Marty.
Dylan, I thought Jeff Burton brought up an outstanding point a moment ago, and when I talked to Rodney Childers this afternoon, he told me, I think there is a points path for us to make it through the next round, because I think the biggest key tonight is going to be surviving. It's going to be attrition, and he was exactly right. And keep this in mind, as you look at the left-hand side of your screen, Kevin Harvick, minus 11 right now, but he could get these stage points right here, Rick. Could be 9 or 10, and that could put him close to the cut line.
Yeah, huge for Harvick if he's able to finish with either 9 or 10 points here in stage 2. Now down to 23 laps, 22 to go in this stage.
Man, it's fun to watch him try to move his throttle, try to figure out something to find an advantage. When he gets closer to the 17, he kind of gets frustrated with the dirty air, and he has to change what he's doing.
What a night for RFK as Buescher out in front. This is the most laps he has ever led in a race, out front here at Bristol.
More trouble for playoff drivers at Bristol Motor Speedway. You see the damaged car of Denny Hamlin. Right front definitely down, contact with the wall. Denny's now forced to bring this Toyota to pit road.
Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, I think it's just a right front tire from what we heard on the radio. Yeah, he goes up the hill. Let's look at the contact.
Wow.
Nice job. Yeah. Whether it was in control or a little bit of luck, a little bit of both. Oh, this will show us everything.
Yeah, Steve, most right fronts we've seen guys are running the top. Denny on the bottom. You hear it.
You hear it tire.
But it happened slowly.
Yeah.
It didn't you know, it didn't go boom. It hurt it. You heard it going. Da, 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 da. You heard it unraveling, and that's why he didn't hit hard.
So a little different. This tire right here, where you mentioned 40, 45 laps on the Fords, 113 green on the Toyota. So then unraveling, is it? I know it is a right front tire still going flat, but is it a different cause?
Yeah.
Right, like results the same, cause could be different.
Yeah, that sounded like that tire unwound.
It's a great night to be sitting up here in the booth.
Well, you think about what's going through Denny's head, probably Kyle Busch's head. He has Toyota teammates that are behind the wall and out of this race already with a power steering issue. Now he has a right front tire go down.
Well, not only that, but with 14 laps to go in this stage, pit road's open. So what do you do right here?
Yeah, I mean, I pit because the end of the race is 264. You can make it a one-stop from here. I pit here, and I sacrifice the stage points to stay out under the stage. That would be my move, unless I need to make it on to the next round. Marty.
And, Steve, that's the move Rodney Childers makes, and they countered that with Ross Chastain's team, who was coming, and then they saw the 4 pit and said, hey, we want the stage points here. Harvick saying his car's just a little bit too tight. 4 going stage points here in stage 2, Kim.
And right there, the 5 car of Kyle Larson, they felt good where they were in points, so strategy call by Cliff Daniels. Kyle just reporting that he's tight to fire off, not enough turn, loading into 1 on the shorter run, and just very hard to clear people was his main point, Dave.
22 of Joey Logano hits pit road again. This will be another air pressure adjustment, slight adjustment this time for Joey. He'll get 4 tires. Nope, they're going to go as a chassis adjustment as well. Tyler Reddick is on pit road as well, working his way from the back. They were just terrible in traffic there in the back. We'll see if they do this on this set of tires.
Interesting strategy there for that pit stop. The guy who put the left front tire on was also the jackman.
Yeah, the tire carrier 1 and jackman basically have a little bit of the similar duties right to left. It's a real ballet for sure. And that's some of the reason why we see some left sides leave before they get tight, because your job changes. So you're not like confirming one job gets done, you move to the jack, and it's all just a timing thing. And if the timing's wrong, the wheel doesn't get tight.
It's going to be a sprint to the finish of stage 2, under 13 to go. All right, Steve, so many things happening tonight under the hood, and really, let's take the body of your car away and look a little bit closer and explain to us what's happening.
Yeah, let's go to our Toyota virtual car right here, and let's just take a conversation about steering. We've seen some steering issues. We've seen some right front tires. So as we kind of come around, we're going to talk about really both of them. First, let's talk steering. So in this area right here, this is the whole steering system right there. So it's a hydraulic system. You see there's a line there. There's a line that runs down. There's a pump and a reservoir. What happens is this system fails. It usually fails in this area right here. That's where that seal is that Truex was talking about, in this area right here. When this system fails, basically it becomes a hydraulic issue and it leaks the fluid out. This has to have fluid for it to work. When we talk about some of the right front failures, really there's some adjustment. You see right here is the A-arm, right? That's kind of what you use to set the camber. So it doesn't look as simple as the old car, because it isn't. This isn't something you're going to open the hood and just take some shims in and out of this thing. So 2 issues. Well, there you go. You want to know what one looks like in real life? That is what a steering rack looks like going in. And you see just how difficult on my beautiful virtual world. You just take all those other parts out of the way and you can see it. You just see how difficult it is. The 19 on the other side, I would probably vote for this as well. If I didn't make the playoffs or weren't having a good year and have a power steering issue, I'd be beating traffic.
And Steve, the reason I believe that they're doing the 45 is because they're still in a chase for the championship as far as the Owners' Championship goes. Now, again, with the win last week, they advanced to the next round already. And
that's kind of why I'm wondering why
are they going to do it?
Yeah, they're advanced. Maybe practice and get Bubba back out. I mean, I understand.
It'll be 10 laps to go in stage 2. Christopher Buescher in the gas first. Briscoe on the inside in the 14. That's Christopher Bell up front.
They used to be clear, but now there's 2 Christophers. It's a whole thing.
See the 9 and the 18. Both those drivers almost got together off turn 4.
Chase has kind of struggled tonight back in the pack. Had a hard time finding any track position. Finally has it. Be interesting to see if this 9 car has any pace for these leaders. More contact right there with him and Kyle.
See right here, Kyle Busch just trying to run that bottom. Chase Elliott on the top. Look how much momentum Chase can carry on the exit of the corners.
Looking back from the Xfinity onboard of Chase Elliott. Down to the bottom of the racetrack, you see Kyle Busch going up high. Playoff bubble. 7 to go in stage 2. Stage points awarded. Austin Dillon below the line. Reddick below the line. Cindric and Harvick all below the cutoff line.
Oh, Christopher Bell and this team sitting there leading this race. They have brought their best to the playoffs. And when the playoffs started, they stepped up. Marty.
6 to go in the stage. So, Steve, walk us through the decision for Rodney Childers to give up what looked like 9 stage points there. It would have taken Kevin Harvick very close to the cut line. They restarted 15th, now in 12th. Not sure he's going to get any stage points here in stage 2.
Well, the issue was when he was minus 11, that was already figuring in that finish of the stage. So even running second, he was still double digits out. So they are calling this race to win. So for the 4 car, pitting now, staying out at the end of the stage, that is a winning strategy to try to cycle to the front. Everyone else, you know, who came in questionable on points, or even if you were somewhat safe, you can lock it up right now and not have to worry about the second half.
Yeah, even with all the issues that we have seen out of these playoff drivers, Kevin Harvick still in a very deep hole as pit road is closed now, under 2 laps to go in stage 2. Briscoe trying to work his way around Elliott. But it's still Christopher Bell out front. Ross Chastain has cleared Briscoe, and so he is up to second. And Christopher Bell is going to do it. He wins stage 2. That's 4 Cup Series stage wins all the last 8 races of this season. The crazy night continues, and we're just halfway of this night race. You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol, the Bass Pro Shops night race. The final stage in front of us. You see the lights in the background there of the stands here at Bristol. It is an amazing event as the fans taking part in this night race, as you see the cars working their way onto pit road now here at the end of stage 2, Marty.
14 key stage points for Kyle Busch, and he's pitted right behind Ross Chastain. He said, I don't have the security to throw it into the corner like I would like it. Freed up that run. Chastain right in front of him said the rubber buildup on the top of the track is really hurting us. I cannot be any looser than I was on that run, Kim.
Chase Briscoe on the bottom of the screen. Stage points accrued in both stages. Goal accomplished. He said the steering's killing me. Dead center of the corner feels like it. Hydroplane's just really tight. They made a chassis adjustment. 4 tires, Sunoco fuel. Dave?
3 stage points for Austin Dillon. He's now out by just 1 as they run. Same adjustment direction. His steering is getting a little catchy. Dillon.
Alex Bowman will pit. He said he didn't have a great feel for what the car was doing because he's battling not only a steering issue, but a brake shake issue. They'll pit here and take 4 tires and fuel as well for Bowman.
Rick, if steering was your drinking word, you're not going to make the second half. I'm just letting you know. It's going to be a long night.
Top 3 all holding position as they come off of pit road. NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Bass Pro Shops. Sportsmen, serving sportsmen for 50 years. Credit One Bank, a credit card company. Coca-Cola. And by Ford. Built Ford proud. Great crowd on hand. Proud sponsor of the Great American Night Race. Johnny Morris's Bass Pro Shops is celebrating 50 years of serving those who love the great outdoors. Today it has grown to be known as North America's premier outdoor company and a worldwide leader in conservation. Congratulations to Johnny and the team at Bass Pro Shops on 50 years. And I'd mentioned that light show by the fans being a part of it.
Johnny Morris is a big NASCAR fan as well. Not only a big supporter of this race, Truex, Austin Dillon, Noah Gregson, multiple cars in the field, but You just always see him at all the races. I mean, this is a man that runs a huge company. I'm sure he has a lot of other things he could be doing, and spending his time here at NASCAR races, very much appreciated.
A great friend of Richard Childress, by the way.
Oh, yeah. I saw him today walking across the racetrack over in turn 3, and he was strutting across the racetrack. He was happy to be here.
How could you not be?
Right now, he's in the radio booth next to us. I'm waving right at him.
Oh, there you go.
There he goes. Oh, man is making his round.
Marty.
14 stage points for Kyle Busch so far tonight could be massive in his hope to advance to round 2. Ben Bayshore gave him an update. Listen.
As we run, we are 5 points above the cut line. The 14 and the 8 are tied for 12th and 13th.
So they came in below the cut line. Steve, a lot of nerves here. Ben Bayshore hoping the power steering holds out. But right now, Kyle Busch would advance with where he is.
And as quickly as those are worried about points, there are 4 more that are locked in that join Bell. William Byron, Denny Hamlin, Joey Logano, and Alex Bowman. They will be in the round of 12.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, man, what a relief for a couple of those guys. Bowman experiencing some issues. Denny's got to be a little nervous about what he sees all his teammates going through.
You and I were thinking the same thing.
I'd be nervous about that 4 car. Because he's sitting there in 3rd. He last pitted on lap 237.
Christopher Bell, Chase Elliott coming back to the green flag as stage 3 underway.
This is going to be a big challenge both on the racetrack and on pit road. How you consume this last 240 laps when you pit. It's easy to say tires don't have a whole lot of value, but now the field knows it. How are you going to play your chess pieces different?
William Byron to the bottom of the racetrack here. His teammate Kyle Larson running the high side. Can't really make the exit work off of turn 4. Haven't seen William up here much. We'll be paying attention to his pace here now that he has some clean air on this 24. Everybody seems to get better when they get in that top 2, top 3 position.
Big run on the 5 as he's going to go to the outside, trying to get by William Byron.
Right on the corner of your screen, you saw the 12 car Ryan Blaney pulling back out on the racetrack to rejoin the field.
Blaney scored 148 laps down.
Yeah, so with 238 left to go, if somebody had a wreck right now, he could catch him. Plus, with Wallace, Gibbs, and Truex out, I believe those points are available.
Larson to the outside here.
This is
second place.
That second spot as Byron continuing to run the bottom of the racetrack, and Larson on the outside clears him for second.
Williams going to go to the top, try to find that speed the 5 car has up there. Now here comes his teammate Chase Elliott to the inside. Chase working that Hooters Chevrolet on the bottom of the racetrack in turn 3 and 4. Great shot off the nose. Xfinity camera giving us this great shot from Chase's car down in the corner. Watching both his teammates work 2 different lines around this racetrack.
Pretty cool seeing Chase Elliott just wrap that line. Old school Bristol. He said as a kid, this was the track that made him want to be a race car driver. Well, that's the line that he watched. That's what he watched his dad do. That's how he used to win races here.
And he's trying to make this pass. Unsuccessful so far, and it's allowing this 4 car Harvick to close in. Again, he's going to have to be defensive. He jumps up in that outside line to try to take away any kind of momentum from the 4 car, but eventually Harvick's going to try to get on that right side. Elliott's going to defend that by going to the top.
Now remember, the 4 and the 9 a year ago got into each other. Harvick in a must-win situation. He's going to do anything he can to advance into the round of 12.
Harvick gets the position. Now he's going to go to the bottom of the racetrack, turn 3 and 4. He's trying to catch this 24 car here.
Here was the contact between the 2 a year ago. And issues for the 18. He's into the wall. Kyle Busch below the cut line to start the race. He was above the cut line.
All right, you're good down.
And that looks like
that's engine.
Yeah, I was going to say that's out of both headers right there. So that does not look like, oh man, is that water I see pouring out?
4 tires. 4 tires. Oh.
4 tires. There's no 4 tires. Your man is not coming to see you, and you hear the crowd. You either love him or you hate him. You see the fans with the M&M's gear, the 18.
There's a lot of rowdy fans out there, but this is not what they wanted to see out of Kyle Busch. Out of the race car, out of the race, and more than likely, he's going to be out of the playoffs.
Remember, guys, they had an engine failure at Darlington.
Yeah,
just a few
race
weeks
that
ago.
looked like he could win, right?
Yes.
And it's just Dale, oh yeah, you see
wow.
we call that yoo-hoo, when the water and oil mix. That's a major internal failure on this engine.
Smoke rolling out of the 18, and the night is over for Kyle Busch, an 8-time winner here at Bristol.
Guys, I know you can have a failure anywhere, but without shifting, and I haven't seen a lot of shifting. I can't confirm whether they are or aren't, Jeff.
Keep coming.
It just isn't a track you would expect to see an engine failure, right? The cycles on the engine aren't really awful here.
Kyle Busch never has been eliminated from this round ever in his career. A 2-time champion, and now out of the playoffs.
And think about the week. Think about the week that Kyle Busch has had. All summer, contract. Big announcement down at the Hall of Fame with Richard Childress. I'm going to RCR next year. Got that off his shoulders. Finally could put his foot forward and focus on this year in the playoffs. And now a second engine in this round, I agree with you, will perhaps end the 18's chances of moving forward.
You would think so, but
you just
this
never
is 2022.
know. Yeah,
and look at all the failures already this race. I mean, this has been a race of attrition, and why is it going to get any better? 228 laps to go. Why are all of a sudden cars going to stop braking? So, yes, it does not look good for Kyle Busch at all, but who knows what can happen here.
Hey, that's a small little thing right there, right? So it's Marty doing a great job chasing him down. He is very focused, but when he saw, James Small, I know that sounds silly, but that's someone you trust. It's a teammate, right? Whatever information he needed to give or whatever. That just shows that while he is frustrated at the moment, I know that seems small, but as a crew chief that used to chase down a teammate asking information or whatever, the fact that he would stop and talk tells me he's still very plugged into Gibbs right here, and he wants to have a good finish to the year.
The 18 behind the wall. Hopefully we can talk with Kyle Busch when we return, but it's Bell that's out front here at Bristol. Change the past one leap at a time. Don't miss the premiere of Quantum Leap. That's Monday at 10, 9 Central on NBC and streaming next day on Peacock. I'm sure Kyle Busch would love to be able to change the past as the engine expires for him, and potentially he could be out of the playoffs.
So we said potentially in the under break. We kind of talked about it. Dale Jr., you guys brought up a great point over there. Kyle Busch is currently out in 5th, but look who's above him. Reddick and Briscoe, even Suarez. Suarez on the racetrack running 13th. He could lose 11 points. Briscoe having a decent run, but he's a 17th. He can lose 9 points, and Reddick, only +5, could lose as well. So it is definitely not over for the 18. The other 3 cars in front of him have to finish off these nights.
Also, one thing that's going to hurt him is Blaney's back on track, so he will probably pass Kyle Busch.
Yeah, with 224 laps to go, if he's able to finish all of the laps, he's only 150
down
the
backstretch. What huge wreck.
Multiple cars wadding it up in turn 3.
That 99's in it, guys.
Suarez, a part of it.
Yeah, we just talked about that.
The 48 advanced, and he's going to feel good about it because his car is smoking through the hood. 99 has a flat tire.
Look at the bubble now.
The 8's on pit road.
Just those position changes there.
Yep, as quickly as that happened.
Wow. Somebody got turned about halfway down the backstretch, guys. Who was the first one?
Oh, Suarez is loose. All night he's been loose. Corrects it. Gets behind on the steering. Gets into the side of Stenhouse. Stenhouse, just nothing he could do. Todd Gilliland coming into it.
The 14
barely
just
cleared it.
by. Yeah, Rick. Wow.
Austin Dillon there as well in the 3.
The one thing I'll say, though, is we've seen these cars get beat up, and they take a lot of hits. And as long as you can keep that toe link straight, except for the damage to the right front there on the 8.
Yeah, Reddick, right front damage. We'll see how bad that is.
Just tight.
Just body, cosmetic.
Outside only. Just a 38.
Goodness.
Easy here, getting low, stay in it, going back down, you're good.
I'll give Daniel a lot of credit for hanging on that thing as long as he did, because he's had his hands full all night.
Check up, low, in the middle, keep coming.
Look at the damage here to the 8. This is Reddick.
Yeah, the body damage is certainly not going to help him, but the biggest concern is the suspension damage. What's hurt?
Well, if that tire is, okay, I couldn't tell if it was still tight or not on. All right, so the toe link's kind of right there. It looks like it's in one piece. Best I can tell. You got a couple wrenches out. Where's he going to go to work here? That's the toe link he just grabbed.
It's broken.
Oh, look at the 3 car.
The left front is
Austin Dillon.
All right, look, we got the kit out, guys. Look at this right here. We got a little tool kit. We've practiced this at the shop. We have talked about this. It looks like we have a, I can't tell. Oh, yeah, that's a whole upper controlometer piece of foam. This is, we talked about this in the production meeting. Who is going to practice more than just pit stops? We're getting ready to see.
We can go, man. We got to get it out there.
There's RC. We just got to get it out there. These mechanics know it. That's an entire upper control arm assembly.
10 minutes to do this, Steve, right?
Yeah, NASCAR made the adjustment in the playoffs. The teams requested, and I think this was a good adjustment. The idea of the damaged vehicle was to not eliminate cars that could return, so they extended from 6 to 10 minutes because this car just seems to take a little more time, Dave.
Richard Childress on the radio, as you heard, both of his cars involved in that. As Austin Dillon described it, sorry guys, that all happened in a big old hurry, and yes, it did. Damage to both of these cars. Now, we'll see what they can do. You look at on the left, you see the playoffs as they run, both Dillon and Reddick just a little bit below, but we also saw how long Blaney spent fixing his car earlier. They'll try to get this done in 10 minutes. Steve, you pointed it out earlier. Go get to race pace again, and then the clock is no longer an issue. They can work on it the rest of the night when they want to.
Yeah, but race pace, unfortunately, here is 17.53 seconds. That's about a second and a half, a little under 2 seconds faster than you run on new tires. I've never run a lap at Bristol, but guys, I can't imagine 17 seconds is easy to accomplish with something broken on your race car. We have to at least get the car off the racetrack and the tires pointed in the right direction. There's RC looking on. Both of the RCR cars on pit road, like worst case scenario. A year ago, they battled and couldn't seem to get 2 in. This year, they got both of them in, and now here they are, both below the cut line. Austin Dillon and Reddick continue to fall. Kyle Busch, we know he's not moving. He's blown up. Yeah. +4, currently in 12th.
Okay. We still have 219 laps to go, but playoff driver issues already. And it started early.
Austin Cindric with some tire issues. A couple more Fords are going to have problems. Thought this was going to be the theme of the night. Boy, were we wrong.
Denny Hamlin, a little bit later, he had a right front tire go down. Kyle Busch, smoke came out of the pipes, never good. Blown engine looked like for him. And then a huge wreck down the back straightaway with multiple playoff drivers involved.
And one thing we didn't cover there that has been another issue throughout the night is power steering. A lot of guys having power steering issues. It's put a couple cars behind the wall.
Eric Almirola, a guy that early in the race was the pole sitter. He's run really well. He's been having power steering issues as well. You see this 8 car, you mentioned Richard Childress. We just showed him on top of that building. The thing that made Richard Childress, that guy right there with your dad, what they did so much better than everybody else has run all the laps. That's what he believes in. So he knows he had these teams prepared in case something happens. Have your stuff ready. We got to get this stuff fixed. That's what has made him successful, and I promise you, he pushes everyone in that company to make sure they're prepared for every situation.
And we have seen about every situation here at Bristol tonight. This one, a big wreck happening in turn 3, wadding up cars and a lot of playoff drivers.
Back at Bristol, Kyle Busch with an engine failure a moment ago, but after that last wreck, he is now above the cut line, +6. Kyle has joined us. So are you as surprised as us to have an engine failure at Bristol? Just doesn't seem like a place that you would have an engine issue.
Yeah, definitely sort of goes with our year. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I'm flabbergasted. I just feel so bad for my guys. I mean, they don't deserve to be in this spot. You know, they work too hard. We're too good of a group to be this low down on the bottom and fighting for our lives just to make it through. But 2 engine failures in 3 weeks, that'll do it to you. So, you know, really feel bad for all of Rowdy Nation, everybody at M&M's. It's just Interstate Batteries, Rowdy Energy, all the partners that get us going every week. I mean, man, this is not our normal.
As we go green here, Kyle, will you hang around to see if you do make it to round 2 here?
If I get done with my media obligations and NASCAR releases me, I'm going to the house. I got kids at home.
All right, we're back green here at Bristol, but right now above the cut line, +6. We'll have to see how this race plays out. And it's been a crazy night, Rick. Who knows?
Yeah, it has changed quickly. As we see still Christopher Bell out front, Larson running second, Kozlowski, Byron, and Harvick all in the top 5. Again, Harvick in a position, if he wants to advance, he's going to have to win this race. Well, I think crazier things have happened, though, so maybe he doesn't have to win this race to advance.
Bottom right, on board with Tyler Reddick. Now it's all about that magic minimum speed. You only get 3 laps to do it, so you're going to have to get a good run and have a good plan. Great battle at the top for the lead. Tyler Reddick, team doing a nice job, putting some new suspension on. He's going to take 3 shots at it. We need to see a 17-second lap.
No, we see minimum speed.
Oh, almost in the wall right there.
Yeah. Thing ain't working too good.
And here's the problem. You only get 3 shots. 3 laps, 3 consecutive laps, and you don't make it, your day's over.
Yeah, and he got a lot of debris on his tires up there against the wall.
That's not good enough.
He used up 9 minutes of that clock. Kim.
And Alex Bowman out of the race. The good news is you advance to the next round. What happened out there, though?
Yeah, so we lost power steering the beginning of stage 2. And we stayed out there to get stage points and kind of topped our way through it and then restart in the back because we stayed out so long. And they all crashed in front of me, nowhere to go. So, bummer, we had a really fast Alex Camaro, capable of running in the top 5 all day, but it sucks when you lose power steering. It's hard to overcome that at a place like Bristol. And I think we still would have ended up okay. Just did the safe thing to stay out for stage points, and at least we're locked in the next round.
Steve, the 8 looks like he made minimum speed.
He did. So he's coming back on pit road now to continue some more repairs because the damaged vehicle clock no longer exists. Minimum speed completely throws it out the window. Unfortunately for his teammate, the 3 of Austin Dillon, he sits on pit road, hood still up, under 1 minute. You can see the little bit of urgency right here, trying to get this 3 car. Nope, you saw right there that head shake, taking it behind pit wall. The 3 cars night is going to be done.
It ended up being a pass-through penalty for the 8. They left equipment out of the box, and so he was serving that penalty as he comes back out on the track now.
Yeah, now for the 8, I mean, we're looking at him, right? He's, let's see, 13 laps down. It's all about attrition. He's hoping some other cars will have some issue. You look on the left side, he's 5 points behind Kyle Busch. Kyle can't really move. Maybe 1 spot to Blaney, as Jeff pointed out. For Reddick, he can't really catch anyone. He's ahead of everyone who's out of the race. He needs more attrition.
Kyle Busch right now scored in 32nd, and again, it was a big first and second stage for Kyle Busch. He gained 14 points, stage points. That was huge for him. Reddick only 3.
Interesting to know, Bubba Wallace is on the racetrack, 90 laps down. He too could pass Kyle Busch as well.
You know, that's a good point. I'll be running down there, be like, hey man, you sure you want to keep running? You're into the next round. You just come on. I'll buy you lunch.
We're right along on the helmet of Bubba Wallace, that Money Lion helmet cam. Denny Hamlin on the outside of Ross Chastain. That has been an eventful season already for these 2 drivers.
We knew Bristol was going to be crazy. It is not disappointing. We still have 199 to go.
Hamlin going by Chastain. Hamlin running in the 12th spot. Chastain 13th. Chase Briscoe in 14th.
Right behind these guys is Justin Haley having a great run in 15th in that 31 car. He's right on the inside here of the 14 of Briscoe. Justin's kind of turned it on the last several weeks. Starting to improve this team getting better each week. Starting, you know, you run around in the backside of the top 20 and then you start trying to get a little better. 15th, maybe a top 10 here and there.
You mentioned Justin Haley, a best of 36th here in the Cup Series. And want to take a look at the Toyota driver updates. Bell up front Then you look a little bit further back. The 11 of Denny Hamlin is 12th. Kyle Busch out of the race in 32nd. Bubba Wallace, he's back on track but scored 33rd. And Martin Truex Jr. also out of the race in 34th. But it's kind of the shining star right now for Toyota in Christopher Bell. Steve, you had him as your guy. You thought he might be the one that could get to victory lane here tonight.
I liked his points position. I liked his enthusiasm. I mean, he the way he talks about this place with such like it is special to him. And I think, you know, in today's day and age of just, you know, another race, it's great to see kind of that sparkle when he talks about Bristol. I think that helps Dale, right, in these closing laps, and you got to dig deep and find a little extra, knowing you love the track you're driving on, I think helps a guy like Christopher Bell. Dylan, how about that 20 car?
Yeah, he loves running here too, and I think it's fun to watch him as the leader move around on the racetrack. You know, he's not staying complacent. He hasn't just been running the bottom long in laps. He's been moving around because he has a pretty good feel of what's slow on the racetrack, what lines are maybe working a little bit faster without being told. Adam Stevens, his crew chief, said that's one thing he does really well, and we don't have to tell him to move up. He'll just move up by himself if he feels like he needs to move up. So his dirt racing background, that constant searching notion and thought process certainly helps him at a place like this, and it's helping him stay in front of Larson now.
Larson 9/10 of a second back. Keselowski, really good run for Brad Keselowski today, 1.3 seconds behind Bell. Then it's Byron and Harvick. As we mentioned, Harvick in a very tough position right now for the points standings. He is 16th, 19 below the cutoff line. Right along with him. A lot of racing still to go. 188 laps remain here. And Harvick's put himself in a good position, just 2 points behind, or excuse me, 2 seconds behind.
Back to the strategy, Steve. A lot of these guys got to be thinking we're getting close to being inside the window. You get that caution, 150 laps to go. You're coming to pit road, putting on that last set of tires and telling your driver you're probably not coming back.
Yeah, we figure they can run 160 on fuel green, 186 right now. I mean, if you get a yellow around now, you might be thinking you're going to get a ton of yellows, or you can kind of connect the dots. The other side of that, though, just to keep in mind, Christopher Bell, he has 116 laps on this current run. There's a bunch of yellows in there, but he is, it sounds like a lot of laps, probably 50 laps away from needing fuel. That, at 15 seconds, that is not good for your anxiety if you only have 15 left. And him and Byron are the two.
Another car
that are in that situation.
Another car pulled back onto the racetrack. Ty Gibbs, 132 laps down, back out on the racetrack making laps in the number 23 Toyota.
And there are enough laps that he could get by Kyle Busch as well. So Bell up front. Larson running second here at Bristol.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more?
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So can I get chorizo?
Metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Oh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about anymore.
Burritos.
Sure.
Okay.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
Nope. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
The all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger. Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
Carvana's had a lot of firsts. 100% online car buying, car vending machines, and now putting you in control of your financing. At Carvana, get personalized terms, browse for cars that fit your budget, then customize your down payment and monthly payment. And these aren't made-up numbers. It's what you'll really pay, right down to the penny. Whether you're shopping or just looking, it only takes a few seconds and it won't affect your credit score. Finally, a totally different way to finance your ride. Only from Carvana.
Once upon a time,
Texas was all cowboys and cattle, bourbon and barbecue, astronauts and yeehaw. Well, times change.
We are underway in Texas.
Takes on the back straightaway, car spinning around.
But also, they don't.
Hell yeah, boy! Let's go!
Giddy up. The NASCAR playoffs continue at Texas on USA.
Aaron Rodgers. Is he eccentric or misunderstood? One thing's clear. He's one of the best to ever play the game. Just ask his biggest rival.
Holy smokes!
Bears, Packers on NBC and Peacock.
Within this group, there is a snake.
I don't trust any of you.
You can trust me.
That sounds like what a snake would say.
Oh! That was a massive slip up. This is literally nuts.
Snake in the Grass, season finale Monday at 11 after Raw on USA.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol, the Bass Pro Shops night race. Looking down on this incredible facility, aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. Nearly 100,000 fans right here in Bristol. And think about this. East Tennessee, you've got Knoxville about 2 hours from here, and the football team there generates over 100,000 people, over 200,000 sports fans, 2 hours apart, enjoying sports on this Saturday.
This is an incredible battle right here. Wow. 3 wide for position. Chase Elliott, his teammate William Byron. Harvick on the bottom. Busher climbing into this as well. All of this is being created by that slow car up front. Tyler Reddick on the high side.
These two fighting for position up here.
Tyler's got the issue with the damage. The 10's got a little power steering issue. All these guys just trying. There's nowhere to go. They're not doing anything wrong. They just can't. There's nowhere for them to go to get out of the way. You can't slow down and let everybody go, right? You're going to have cars coming time and time again to try to get by you and lap you. So you just get up the top of the racetrack and go as hard as you can.
Mentioned the two fighting for position, Harvick and Busher. But as you look at the bubble, how frustrating would it be if you're Reddick or Cindric, you're 5 points behind a guy who's not even in the race anymore?
Well, you're hoping for some attrition. Yeah. When I look up there, I think the one that's really in a little bit of nerves is Daniel Suarez, because he's +6 running 23rd. But if he was to fall out of this race, he could lose 6 points. And he's a couple laps down, and he's had some damage from this accident. So I don't know how severe the damage is, but he is just hoping to have a clean finish. And now if Harvick somehow got up there and won the race, then he eliminates Kyle Busch.
That's right.
Moves the whole cut line a spot.
Harvick closing in on Busher. Busher had to check up there with Suarez. Getting out of the gas just in front of him. Dave.
Rick, it was a spectacular win at Daytona that put Austin Dillon into the playoffs. A spectacular crash took you out here. What did you see?
Yeah, I think we were doing our job there. We had a pretty good Bass Pro Shop Chevy, and I haven't seen the replay, but I heard Daniel just got wrecked the 47 and caused a big one. So part of it. Wish we would have been in a little better spot. Just broke the suspension on the left front. We had gotten stage points, and really we had a pretty good race car. So feeling pretty good about it. We just needed to miss that one.
Got a tough first round with a decent race car before all that.
Yeah, that was the best car we brought. We put ourselves in a bind after the first 2 races and brought something that we could race with today and felt good about it. Yeah, it's over probably for us. So, thankful for the opportunity. We'll just go try and win a race for the end of the year.
Austin Dillon out of the race and presumably out of the playoffs, guys.
Yeah, you see him 9 points down and no positions really to gain.
We talk about Austin Cindric and being 5 laps down, being 5 points out of the playoffs. He's going to be able to pick up 1 position here. McLeod in 24th is also on the same lap as him. So he'll be running him down. He's about a straightaway behind McLeod, so that'll be 1 spot for him. His spotter, crew chief, everybody's probably giving him that information.
And Dale, one thing that's making this as a challenge is with the tire that's here, the leaders aren't pitting every time. If the leaders pit at every yellow, you can Hail Mary these wave rounds and try to get some laps back. When the leaders stay out, though, you're 5 laps down. There's no pathway back to, gaining laps.
That's right. 158 laps to go, 157 to go. The next time we get an opportunity, a yellow, those cars are coming to pit road for the final time. Like you say, you'll never get a chance to get the free pass to the wave around for the rest of the race.
How about guys like Christopher Bell? He came on around lap 200. He's coming close to that halfway in between when he stopped and at the end of this race.
Yeah, perfect caution would be right now because he is almost out of fuel. He probably can make it to the finish on fuel, so this would be the perfect time for a yellow. He's run 146 laps since his last pit stop. They have not all been green. I'm sure he was saving under yellow. Our man Dylan Welch is in his pit, so we'll see if maybe he can get a little insight. I'm sure they're going to be holding their information close to their vest, but it's Christopher Bell, Elliott in 4th. As I go down the list, Byron in 8th, McDowell in 9th, who are all at that lap 199 last pit situation. You see it on the left side, 147 laps. We say they can go 160. They've had some yellows, probably 170, 175, 25 laps, 16 seconds a lap. It's counting down quick.
They just don't want to get caught after coming to pit road on their stop if some caution comes out and they get caught a lap or 2 down.
Yeah, now to your point, Junior, Suarez, there's a couple guys that green flag pit stops might actually help them save some points, right? They're a couple laps down as well. So a lot of racing still to go here with just over 150 to go.
Out front, Christopher Bell, then Larson, half a second behind him. Keselowski, Elliott, Buscher, the top 5. There's been close calls all around this racetrack. Take a look here with Denny Hamlin.
Denny Hamlin trying to make it 3 wide. Wow, a lot of contact. Yeah, you mentioned it a bit ago, Junior, is when you're trying to stay out of the way, it's very difficult here. It's so easy to get caught up into something, cause a wreck.
Oh, we got a car slow on the back straightaway to 43 of Eric Jones. Must have a right front tire down. That's going to bring out the yellow.
Oh,
looks like a right rear tire is flat on that car.
And Christopher Bell is very happy to see this. This is pay dirt for the 20. Perfect timed yellow. Your point, Junior. Now they're inside their fuel window to make it to the finish. They didn't have to come under green.
Right rear is flat.
Adam Stevens being aggressive. We're going to take a look right here. Yeah, you see the nose kind of pop up. That's the right rear losing air.
And Steve, everybody on the lead lap, which right now we have 14 cars on the lead lap. Everybody comes to pit road.
Yeah, I mean, you're inside your last fuel window. I don't think there's any reason you would stay on the racetrack at this point.
There's Tyler Reddick once again on pit road.
But now, if they do that, there is 6 cars 1 lap down. They may all stay on the racetrack and take the wave around. We're just trying to buy ourselves some laps is really the key. There's Adam Stevens right there. Great call. I mean, he's called one heck of a race right here. You have to get a little lucky for any strategy to work. He knew what he needed, and you ask yourself all the time, is there something specific that makes this strategy work? And for him, it was a caution inside a certain window. This caution is exactly in that window.
All right, NASCAR fans, don't let anything pass you by. The official app of NASCAR Tracks lets you stay up to date on the latest race and event information from all of your favorite tracks. Search NASCAR Tracks in the App Store to download for free. Saw Almirola there. Bubba Wallace back out on the track after power steering issues for the 45. 23 also having power steering issues. They're back out on the racetrack as well. Gibbs 132 laps down. Bubba Wallace 91 laps down. Again, Kyle Busch out of the race. He scored 32nd. Austin Dillon's out of the race. Alex Bowman, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. So Bubba Wallace and Ty Gibbs could leapfrog those 4 drivers, pushing Kyle Busch, Stenhouse Jr., Bowman, and Dillon all down a spot. Reddick is 26 laps down. And we see him coming out of his pit stall.
So the idea now, I guess, is tires and track position aren't going to really do nothing for you trying to get tires and be cute with track position ain't going to do nothing for you. You're going to have a hard time passing the guys in the top 5. I think anything left in the driver's hands right now just comes down to the choose. If you do get a rash of yellows, the choose. What you decide from here on out is going to be critical to where you finish in this race.
Marty.
Kevin Harvick in likely a must-win situation right now, 20 below the cut line, sitting in 6th. Rodney Childers needs to take a big swing here. Harvick said, I've got to have more grip. The bottom is getting difficult. I about wrecked it off turn 2. You see that wedge adjustment. The bottom is going to be key for the end of this race, Harvick said, Kim.
In the middle there, Kyle Larson, no big complaints for him. Cliff Daniels just saying don't overdo it on pit road, meaning don't speed and put us behind. His teammate Chase Elliott on the bottom. Looks like a little bit of a slow stop there. No major issues on the balance. Dave, for the 9-4 tires, Sunoco fuel, no changes.
Locked in Logano will get 4 Goodyear tires and Sunoco fuel as well. Denny Hamlin. Hamlin's car, for its part, said he was a little bit tight late exit. Logano needed some security on entry, Dylan.
Christopher Bell at the bottom of your screen said that he was sliding the fronts in the center of the corner. They made a chassis adjustment, 4 tires and fuel. By the way, Steve, they were plenty good on fuel. Not going to give away their number, but it wasn't a concern at all.
Larson, Bell swapping a spot on pit road. Larson, Elliott, and Chastain have all clinched a spot in the next round. Tomorrow, Sunday Night Football from Lambeau Field. That's Justin Fields and the Bears visit Aaron Rodgers and the Packers. Coverage beginning with Football Night in America at 7 p.m. Eastern on NBC and Peacock. 142 laps remaining from here at Bristol. In this, the final race of the round of 16. 4 drivers will be eliminated in 141 laps now. Those that have advanced from the points that they've gained tonight and the attrition that has happened on the racetrack, Larson, Bell came in already advancing. William Byron, Hamlin, Logano, Elliott, Chastain, and Bowman. Those drivers, those 8 drivers, are guaranteed a spot in the round of 12.
8.
Once again, the 8 on pit road.
So we talked about most of the leaders pitting. The one, I think, pitted the second time by, and I think there was a little gamesmanship in my opinion, because that is going to keep 6 cars 1 lap down, and that gives Suarez a chance to catch those guys, Marty.
Steve, it wasn't gamesmanship. Ross Chastain simply missed his box the first time around, so they had to pit the second time around, but now he's pretty far back in the field, but that's why he did come down the second time with the lap down cars.
So he pitted and missed his box?
Correct. That's what I was just told by Phil Sargent.
Oh, all right. I didn't think he had come down pit road at all. So then why was he allowed to pull up would be the question for me.
And back underway, Larson and Bell. We'll see if Larson can take advantage of that win off of pit road. He stays out in front of Bell.
And now Brad Keselowski on the outside of Bell as well. This 6-car Brad having the run of his season for Roush Racing.
The driver owner, Brad Keselowski, working that high line, trying to clear Bell. Hasn't done it yet.
It's tough fighting down there.
Oh, and right in front of these guys, the 8-car comes off of pit road. That's going to have to force the 20 to lift up off the throttle. You see it right there. Reddick just come off pit road and blended back in front of the leaders here.
That was close. Reddick almost got into the back of the 20. As Harvick goes by Reddick, and Buescher trying to do the same. Again, Reddick multiple laps down.
Everybody's going to start getting really frustrated with Reddick. He needs to get all the way out of the way. Why is Reddick that slow halfway in the middle of the racetrack? Get out of the way down the straights. Look at him. He's all the way up the racetrack. That's unacceptable. If you're that slow, get out of the way.
Reddick's in the red. You see him. He's just below the cut line for the playoffs. 4 points back from Kyle Busch, who, by the way, is out of the race. Reddick, the problem he is going to incur is he's 29 laps down And he's 24 laps behind Landon Castle, who's the next position, so he can't gain positions where he is.
How did he get from 5 down to 4 down? Bubba Wallace out on the racetrack making laps has passed Kyle Busch. The next car that can do that, Ty Gibbs, still on the racetrack as well. Ryan Blaney still on the racetrack, possibly able to pass Kyle Busch. 2 more spots right there.
Are you surprised that 2 Toyotas potentially are going to take 2 points away from Kyle Busch? 2 Toyotas coming back out on the racetrack, moving ahead of him.
I can't seem to get my head around how that would be accepted by the manufacturer, but I guess they're going to let it organically play out. I guess there's some tip of the hat that they're just going to let it see where it lands, but I would be frustrated if I was on the 18 team.
Fight for 4th. Buescher still chasing down that 4 of Harvick. Harvick's got the position. 2 different lines being run by these teams.
Kevin Harvick keeps talking about the bottom's going to be important for this at the end of this race. He just must feel like that the top's going to start going away, and you're going to have to be able to use the bottom. One thing's for sure, with everybody running the top, if you're going to pass, you're going to have to do something different. And Kevin Harvick has just been focused on trying to make that bottom work all night long. Will the top wear out for Kevin Harvick's strategy to play out? We don't know. We'll just have to wait.
Almost a second separating Kyle Larson and Brad Keselowski, running 1st and 2nd. Larson won the race a year ago. Can he go back-to-back here at Bristol? He's still out front.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Think Dad's searching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
It's back, America. Applebee's all-you-can-eat boneless wings, just $12.99.
We're Carvana, the company who invented car vending machines and buying a car 100% online. Now we've created a brand new way for you to sell your car. Whether it's a year old or a few years old, we want to buy your car. So go to Carvana, enter your license plate, answer a few questions, and our techno wizardry calculates your car's value and gives you a real offer in seconds. When you're ready, we'll come to you, pay you on the spot, and pick up your car. That's it. So ditch the old way of selling your car and say hello to the new way at Carvana.
When you think Miami, lots of things come to mind. But when you think Homestead Miami, it's everything. The vibrancy of South Beach and the calm of the Keys. It's where you get a weekend of a million thrills, leading to one of the final chances to make it to the championship 4. It's everything we all think of when we think Miami, but so much more.
I love this damn racetrack.
Get your tickets now at HomesteadMiamiSpeedway.com.
We're gonna find a way back home together. More sinkholes are coming. I just want my family back.
Within this group, there is a snake.
I don't trust any of you.
You can trust me.
That sounds like what a snake would say.
That was a massive slip up. This is literally nuts.
Snake in the Grass, season finale Monday at 11 after Raw on USA.
It's NASCAR Cup Series playoffs from Bristol, the Bass Pro Shops night race. And this is how close it is for the lead. The 5 of Larson has the top spot, and Brad Keselowski has chased him down to a car length.
Same scenario, though. Again, what does Brad do? He can run that high side faster, but when you get to the leader and you have to go somewhere else, that bottom is not as quick. He's going to have to really put the pressure on right here and make this 5 slip up. He's to the inside. Wow, just like that.
Well, it's not over yet.
Up the racetrack. Yeah.
Oh.
Almost a slide job.
But he went back to the bottom. He knew he had done a slide job, but he actually pulled it off. Brad Keselowski on a mission tonight.
This is the most laps that Roush has led, 192 laps, and that's going to keep adding up now between he and Buescher since 2012, a decade ago.
So remember the comments from Harvick. Going to have to make the bottom work. Going to have to make the bottom work. Well, that's why. How are you going to pass if everybody's running around the top? You don't have to run the bottom the whole time. You just got to find a way to run the bottom just enough to clear that guy in front of you.
And that was a heck of a move. Great, amazing driving by Brad Keselowski. And I'm gonna imagine that if he does pull this off, if he does win this race, it's got to be the most satisfying feeling he's ever had behind the wheel of a race car. It's awesome to win races driving somebody else's car, but when you're driving your own car, something you feel like you've got a lot of equity in, that's an amazing experience. And this is at the top level. This is at the most elite level in motorsports in North America.
It's been a grind, right? He didn't just go over there and all of a sudden things just got better. It's been a process, and he said it would be. I mean, he said, hey, I expect to win immediately, but it's going to be hard. It's going to be a process, and they just keep grinding and getting better and better and better.
Well, let's go through the field, brought to you by Applebee's, and we will take a look at the playoff drivers on the lead lap, starting with Kim.
And Kyle Larson, you see right there, looking to defend his win from last year, will have to make it back around Brad Keselowski to do it. But I asked Cliff Daniels, the crew chief, can you lean on past experience here, being that it's a different car? And he told me yes, and that's because the best race car drivers can slow the track down, and Kyle has a natural ability to do that, to just slow down what's happening around him and process everything and be able to do that at a track where things happen at lightning speed. That's the advantage that Kyle Larson has, Dylan.
And the advantage Christopher Bell had coming in here was that he was already locked into the next round of the playoffs. That allowed them to start their preparation already for next week at Texas. Christopher said, I'd love to live here. Love to win here. It's my favorite race on the schedule, but ultimately it doesn't matter. We're already on to Texas. We need to win there because of the next 2 races being Talladega and the Roval. They sure would love to end this race with a win.
Dylan 3 times. Oh, Joey Logano coming to pit road.
And issues for the 22, a flat right front tire. The one Penske car that had avoided this issue tonight will now have a flat tire with 100 to go here at Bristol.
And so Joey Logano comes to pit road. My add in through the field would have been, Paul Wolfe told me this morning, round 1 was about not making mistakes. We talk about it every year. And he had solid finishes and gained stage points. They don't want him to lead because it may not be tight. Make sure that wheel is tight.
The nut was
but
not
he's
on the right
advanced.
rear. Nut's not on the right rear. It fell out of the gun.
I think it might have fallen. I don't know, Rick.
Maybe it came off of his suit. Do they have a second one on there?
Well, I don't know. I saw the nut on the concrete as well, just like the pit crew member did. Just that confusion.
It rolled from the right rear. You saw it roll underneath the car and then come popping back out.
You see the 23 car on pit road, 4 laps short of passing Kyle Busch. Comes down pit road. They look under the hood. Looks like their night's done.
Well, they must have the lug nut on, and I'm assuming, because it's still on at the moment, but I saw the same
That
thing
had to
you
be
saw.
a spare then, Steve.
Yeah,
because
well, the crew member was just as confused. Right. He was waving his hands, saw the lug nut on the ground.
Yeah, that was unfortunate for the 22. Obviously, the right front tire going down, bringing him to pit road. But then as they were doing the service on that, they tried to stop him from leaving.
All right, so we're going to come in. We're going to watch him change the tire. So I'm thinking it comes off this guy's belt right here. Let's see if that's what happens. Oh, yeah, there it is. So it knocks off his belt, off both belts, and there's another nut sitting here. There's nuts on the both sides. So the jackman has confusion. Now he's going to double check the right front and the right rear. Give him the thumbs up. Actually give him I know it isn't or wasn't an issue, but when you look down and that lug nut's there, it has to be concerning.
You got to give him credit, Steve, because what happened, that left rear tire, when he went to take it off, it fell off the gun. He immediately grabbed that other one and put it on there. So very quick thinking for that tire changer. Now Larson working the high side, and Bell coming into the picture again. Christopher Bell to second. Larson back to third. And here comes Larson looking to the inside. Almost a little contact.
Wow.
Again, drivers that are locked in. The 5, the 20, 24, 11, 9, 1, 22, and 48. They are all going to advance. Now we see the 23 behind the wall again.
So back to your question, the 45 went on the racetrack and has advanced in front of Kyle Busch. The 23 is now behind the wall. And I don't know if they have another issue. We haven't gotten an official report, but this would seem to be a better situation. They had mechanical issues. Make no mistake about it. This isn't a great call taking themselves out of the race. They are way behind already with steering issues earlier. And that makes basically this situation on the left is the whole story for the rest of the night. You have Briscoe, who's plus 17 and running in the 14th position. So he really can't lose 17 spots with how many cars are out of the race. Suarez, though, at plus 7, he could get down to 29th or pretty close to it. So it would be basically almost a tie if he fell out of the race.
How stressful is it sitting watching, wondering if you're going to make the next round of the playoffs or not? I mean, absolutely nothing you can do.
Well, Kyle Busch, because of attrition, remember, he was below the cut line when he first left the racetrack. But because of attrition, he has moved back above the cut line by 4 points and could advance into the next round.
Yeah, so I was just thinking about it. It's like, imagine, Brad Keselowski had trouble down the back straightaway. He got in the outside wall on the exit. He's got a right front down.
Stay low, stay up high, stay up high. Can't get you down, can't get you down. I'll get you down in a second. 3, 2, 1, come left now. Come on left, come on left.
Watch right here. He drives in the corner, goes in, gets in the gas. Boom, right there. Right front down.
Another right front tire issue. This time it's the 6 of Brad Keselowski. No caution coming out. So they continue to race. Bell up front, Larson running second. As quickly as we mentioned how well RFK Racing was doing tonight, another issue.
And back to what Dale mentioned early in the day, 53 laps on that right front for Brad Keselowski. It was about 40. You wonder, the 6 finds some speed. I've done it. We've seen other guys do it, right? You feel like you're safe. You got to find a little speed. You take a little air out, and then you finally go too far. Dave.
Ryan Blaney will be on pit road again for a tire down on this car. Remember, they are 158 laps down, but they're still above the cut line. It was a great start to their playoffs that got them there and allowed them to be in this position. Not locked in yet, but still above the cut line.
Austin Cindric is going to pick up a position right now on the racetrack in turn 3 and 4, passing McLeod for 24th. Both those cars 6 laps down. The next car for position for Cindric is Joey Logano, 4 laps down.
All right, with 80 laps to go, Kevin Harvick trying to get by Kyle Larson. They're a second, just over a second behind Christopher Bell, the leader. Marty, what do you have on this car?
Look who's in the picture. You guys mentioned it. Kevin Harvick, 3 times he has won a must-win race to advance to the next round or win a championship. The questions are, did they make enough of an adjustment on the last stop? 79 to go, a long way to go in this race. Harvick has been extremely loose. And how desperate does Kevin Harvick get behind the wheel? His playoff hopes could be riding on these finals at 78 laps, Kim.
And Kyle Larson riding in that second position. The big issue, just a really tight race car, and he's had that problem all race long. When he fires on, it's just way too tight, and there's not enough turn, especially loading into 1 as you see the 10 on pit lane. Dylan?
And
Tim, Eric Almirola is on pit road. They've been battling steering issues all night long, and that appears to be what they're looking at right now. Another Ford having some issues with the steering.
That's another spot right there for Austin Cindric.
So Cindric grabs another point.
He's going to. I think he needs one more lap or half a lap. He's going to pass him, and you're going to watch it live. He's going to go from -3 to -2.
Well, the other thing that's about to happen is Blaney, as he continues to make laps, he's going to go by Kyle Busch. Busch is going to lose a spot. Now it's 2 points that separate the two right at that bubble.
Cindric is slow. I know that he's out there. Looks like he's ran in the back of somebody. Marty.
Just think about their night. Lap 84, they were the first team to have a right front issue earlier in the night. And that last caution, very timely for Austin Cindric. He had another right front going down. You guys mentioned right now -2 below the cut line. They told Austin that, trying to hang in there. Christopher Bell out front, 72 laps left at Bristol. Who advances to round 2? We'll find out.
I didn't win the lawsuit, but everybody knows I wrote that song.
Flo? Gosh, it's been forever. You look fantastic. It's John. Ham, from the blind date we went on years ago?
Ah, the struggling actor who didn't believe he could save his snapshot based on how and how much he drives.
I'd love to talk about it over dinner sometime.
Well, I usually don't talk on the phone during dinner, but for potential customer Tom Ham, I will make an exception.
Oh, boy.
The all-new 2 for $5 menu at Sonic. Choose a Fritos chili cheese wrap, small jumbo popcorn chicken, or a quarter-pound double cheeseburger. Just $5. The 2 for $5 menu, only at Sonic or in the app.
More truck owners are switching to Ram, which means more fathers are switching to Ram.
Your body's changing.
And more sons, more tailgaters, more tail waggers, more men with a lot of confidence.
Easy.
And more with not so much.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fit in there.
And more guys who check straps with a firm tug and say,
that ain't going anywhere,
are switching to Ram.
Right now, during Ram Power Days, get 0% financing for 72 months on our most popular models.
We get out, fired up, hook big ones. We get out and rip it. And we track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
Caution has come out, and it was Christopher Bell who brings it out with a right rear going down.
We've had a couple cars have flat tires that did not bring out yellows, but the 20 car goes down into turn 1 and 2. Sparks flying, the tire is low. Keeps control of the car. Remember, Brad Keselowski leading the race had a right front flat.
Now Christopher Bell, the right rear goes flat. Caution comes out, less than 63 laps to go. The points right now, 1 point separate Austin Cindric and the 18 of Kyle Busch. Cindric, he has Joey Logano, who's the next spot in front of him. That would be another point that Cindric could gain if he can get by Logano. But Logano is 2 laps in front of him.
Yeah, but the one thing he likes is this yellow, because there's bunches of fields up. You know, one guy gets wrecked going for the win, and he's going to get by him. He's only 7 laps down, so he just needs one more car to fall out of the race in front of him. He will then tie the 18 of Kyle Busch, and it goes to the best finish this round, and Kyle Busch has had anything but a solid round, so the tiebreaker would absolutely go to Austin Cindric.
Cindric right now has a 12th place finish, and that was the last race out at Kansas. That would be the tiebreaker that would go to Austin Cindric.
And we talk about We'll see what the leaders do right here. Are they going to pit? Not very many cars in the lead lap. Larson leads them to pit road. Marty.
Steve, one of the questions we asked a moment ago, had they made enough adjustments on Kevin Harvick's car? Rodney Childers just said, how's the balance? He said, it seems okay. Front could be a little bit better, but happy with it. Now can he get the lead and put himself into round 2, Kim?
And you see Kyle Larson there in the middle.
Hold up, back up.
Leading pit road, the left front is off. He's going to have to pull back in the stall. Unbelievable. They had worked all night to put themselves in the position to be able to win this race. Now the left front coming off on this final stop of the night could be for Kevin Harvick.
All the way.
Problems on pit road.
Now we'll see between the other leaders who wins the race off pit road, because this could be the race for the win.
Trouble with the 11 car. 11 car have a problem too.
All right.
He's having to back up.
Backing him up. They think they will have one of their wheels tight as well.
All right, need a jack and a nut. Come on, jack and a nut. Let's go. Let's not lose
Left rear.
Jack and a nut.
And you see right there the race off pit road. Buscher, Elliott, Byron, Larson, all the way back to 4th.
Steve, this one's not going on. It looks like the pins are having an issue with the left rear.
The official is doing a wonderful job of
Here we go. Drop it.
overseeing it. But unfortunately, that was the oversee I was trying to look at. I don't know if it was a wheel issue. I don't know if they changed wheels, but man, pretty exciting here with 61 to go.
A lot of things happening. We'll have a restart from Bristol when we come back. 12 of the 16 playoff drivers have had issues, and this was an issue for the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, you see the damage. I'm going to circle it right here. Right, these holes are smashed in. That's why the pins wouldn't go on. And in that cycle of pit stops, Austin Cindric had found a couple laps on Joey Logano. So that moves Austin Cindric now to the 22nd position. That ties him with points with the 18. So that eliminates Kyle Busch currently as they run from the playoffs. We'll see if Cindric can stay on the racetrack for the last 58 laps.
17 to 24, making up row 1. Buscher on the outside. William Byron on the inside. Buscher trying to clear him. Could he become the 19th different winner in 2022? We mentioned RFK and the successes they have had. Buscher's already led 113 laps once again. The 22 of Logano on pit road. Elliott up to second. Hendrick Motorsports strong here as they run 2, 3, 4.
Not really ever seen anybody do 2 tires. Don't know how long this 17 is going to hold on.
And with all those bad pit stops, Chase Elliott and that team, now they're sitting here running second.
You'd have to imagine that after a few laps, those 4 tires will start to show up.
Maybe, but remember, the 6 car won the first stage on 125 lap tires, and nobody could run them down with new tires. We haven't really seen new tires matter, but will they matter now with 53 to go, to your point, Junior, right? Is 2 tires going to mismatch, not handle as good? I love the call.
Right now he's pulling away. Separation about 3 car lengths. Bell trying that higher line. He's got Chastain behind him. Bell has led 143 laps tonight. Buscher 118 and counting as he's out front. Brad Keselowski led 109 laps tonight.
Christopher Bell got a bad break when he had that right rear go down, but he got an extremely great break when NASCAR threw the caution. So here he is, still with a chance to win this race.
Bell trying that low line again. Gets to the inside of the 5 and contact made.
Yeah, that was Christopher Bell just pushing the throttle as hard as he could and got up the racetrack a little bit. Typical Bristol action.
So most of the field is the top 6 are all running the high side except for the leader. 17, you see him up there. He's still running the bottom lap after lap. Byron tries the bottom back there. Back to the top of the racetrack here in turn 3 and 4. As you look at the contact, Christopher Bell into the 5. Happens just about every lap out here. on this racetrack. All these guys right here running the high side, really not able to run down this 17 car leading the race. Less than 50 to go.
It's not that many cars on the racetrack, which is very unusual. Why that will matter is because, you know, the lap traffic, there's so many cars, so many laps down. They may not be as big of a factor as what we've seen here in the past at Bristol when the leader catches them.
Bell still working that low line, trying to get by Larson. Those two running 4th and 5th. Larson in 4th, Bell in 5th.
We think about the tire issues these guys have had happening around lap 40, lap 50. That's right where we are. And this is probably as fast as these guys have ran all night long. Loads on the right front are worse than ever. You see the 42 car, Ty Dillon, up in the wall in turns 3 and 4.
He's going to get down to pit road. He was slow for about a lap. Finally going to make it to pit road.
But I wonder, Steve, if the load's increasing in this final run, really pushing these tires to the test, whose tires can survive?
Yeah, I think the load's increasing, and like, you know, if you feel like you have to be safe, but there's grip there, how close are you willing to get? We just saw a pit stop. You know, do these guys take that half a pound out to help their car turn?
Oh, be afraid to do that after everything I've watched.
Yeah, but if you're the 20, you're locked in. If you're the 5, you're locked in.
This from a guy never hit the wall with a blown right front.
That's like, well, it just looks like a guy over there, but man, take another half pound out.
Don't tell me about it.
Yeah, I don't want to.
You don't do it. Don't tell me.
Yeah. Hey, just tighten those belts.
And as we've seen the points, there's a tie right now between the 18 and the 2 of Austin Cindric as far as points earned up to this point. The tiebreaker goes to the best finish in this round. And so the best finish between these two drivers, Kansas last week, Austin Cindric, that 12th place finish could be the difference of advancing into the round of 12.
And with Ty Dillon's issue, he's now lost a couple laps.
Oh, the 5 into the wall contact.
Oh, man.
Oh,
Stay down. You're clear. You're clear.
I was wondering when something was going to go down right there. Christopher Bell was running out of patience. He knows he's got a good enough car to win this race. The 5 was holding him up quite a bit there. Now we wonder if the 5 car is comfortable. They get down in the corner. Christopher wants to go to the top, maybe the bottom. I'm not sure. Where's the 5 going? The 5 gets loose up the track out of the gas. Christopher says, here's my shot to go by you, but we're going to have a little contact when it happens. Incidental, but still, just hard racing. I think the 5 has got his hands full right now. Kyle Larson just not really comfortable. Now the 20 car is clear of him, and he sets sail to go after William Byron.
Bell up to the 4th spot. Byron in 3rd.
Yeah, and right for this battle for the lead, the last few laps, Chase Elliott's had a little bit of a faster car. Buescher on the bottom, Chase Elliott on the top. Buescher starting to encounter some lap traffic. Let's see how that affects all these cars.
And we saw the 6 of Brad Keselowski have a right front tire issue out of that same RFK shop. So is Buescher going to be thinking, all right, can I make it that final, say, 33 laps all the way to the end and have my right front tire hold up?
Well, 45's been the magic number. There's 33 to go. Sorry, Jeff. I was just going to say we're going to have to get by that uncomfortable 45 to 50 lap number.
Well, and Buescher doesn't know it. Right? Chris Buescher, he does not know when tires are blowing. The only thing he knows is there's a Bristol trophy at the end of these 32 laps. He's just going to push this hard, Dylan.
And the good news is they've gone long on a couple stints already, so I think they feel confident, but anything can happen, of course. But, man, you got to tip your cap to this entire RFK organization. They went off strategy here with Chris Buescher's car at the beginning of this race just to get track position, which they knew they were going to have to do. They got it. Then Scott Graves has made the aggressive calls, the right call here with 2 tires to keep the track position. Now they're trying to hold on and get Chris Buescher's first win, as you saw, over 200 races, Kim.
And Chase Elliott running there in the 2nd position behind Buescher. And it was an uphill battle this weekend. They were not happy with that car yesterday. And Alan Gustafson told me it was all but junk. But they were optimistic about the changes they made for it today. They struggled with track position early. Now they find their way to the 2nd position. Right now, they're telling Chase on the radio, just keep your rhythm for the rest of the 28 laps to go. And hopefully you'll catch him.
Eric Jones has some issues on and off pit road. That gives Austin Cindric another point as he takes that position away. And you see the 22 Logano finally retiring from the event.
He's behind the wall. He's still in the car, but behind the wall and multiple laps down.
And there's the battle for the lead. Christopher Buescher now moved up the racetrack, trying to find a little extra speed, running the high line. Here's the battle for third. It's been about like this for the last several laps. Christopher Bell can't really close in on William Byron on that 24 car. But all this really is almost all in the same straightaway. The leader of the race, second, third, and fourth, all right there together. Lap traffic, something like that, they could really draw all this together or stretch it out. They're going to be passing a lot of cars here throughout the rest of this race.
It's been 5 years since Roush has been to victory lane. It was with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. at Daytona back in 2017.
Still a lot of work to go and a lot of work to do, but Scott Graves' crew chief on this 17 car, having the courage to put on 2 tires. Clearly, even if it doesn't yield a win, which he's looking pretty good right now, is a great call.
Well, and Scott Graves and Buescher, they have a great chemistry together. They won the 2015 Xfinity Series championship together. And now just under 22 laps to go.
Well, it's funny how this works, too. This isn't just one good run out of Chris Buescher. We've all seen constant improvement out of this car all year long. And, you know, that's what we talk about. Top 5s, top 10s, they turn into opportunities to win a race. 2 tires is a great call, but you can't do that from 15th or 20th a lap down. You have to have a good enough car to make a good strategy call.
So here we go. Chris Buescher. He's ripping the top over here. Chase Elliott, he's on the bottom. Chase Elliott trying to find some speed, feeling like what he was doing a bit ago wasn't going to get it done. So Chase Elliott's looking, and as he's been looking, William Byron in that 24 car, he's starting to run Chase down.
Will they have enough time? Under 19 laps to go. Buescher quickly getting by the lap traffic. The gap not changing much between Buescher and Elliott. And a few spots back in the 10th position is Kevin Harvick, Marty.
Yeah, meanwhile, with 18 to go, Rick, the second round hopes for Kevin Harvick and his race team are quickly fading away. I think it's important to note that Kevin Harvick's pit crew all year long has been top 3 easily. Last week at Kansas, they were the best pit crew on pit road. Steve, they just picked a bad time to have a bad stop.
Well, like pit crews, like special teams, doesn't matter how many extra points a kicker makes. When he misses that kick to win the game, that's all the fans remember. And Kevin Harvick's fans, well, they won't care about the other races all year long. They'll know when he needed the stop to change the season for the 4 car. They were unable to provide it. It's an unfortunate place to be put in as a pit crew member, but that is the reality of what the sport has become. It's a lot of pressure for the men and women down there on pit road trying to get these pit stops done.
Yeah, those money stops, as you call them, you can't mess up. And that's where the 4 had an issue. Take a look at the most different winners in a season since 72. 18 already this year. If Buescher continues in the position he's in, he'll be number 19. That will tie the most different winners in a season with that 2001 season.
And how about if he can win this race, we'll have gone through the first round of the playoffs with no playoff drivers winning a race. That's never been done before in this current situation of the playoffs. We've never seen an entire round, only in 2022. Unbelievable.
Well, it has been great racing all season long. And such diversity as far as the different teams, cars, drivers all getting to victory lane. Now 11 laps to go here at Bristol for Buescher. Will the tires hang on? Can he hold off the 9 of Chase Elliott? He's been able to keep the gap there at about 9/10 of a second. 10 laps to go.
We watched all these guys racing up front. Got to shout out A.J. Allmendinger back in 7th in that 16 car, having a great run. Cole Custer also in 8th place. Michael McDowell running in 11th in the 34. Justin Haley, we talked about him earlier, running in 12th. All these guys having great finishes. Corey LaJoie sitting in 15th. Taking advantage of the opportunities tonight.
Guys, think about Tyler Reddick, currently sitting 13th, 2 points out. The last time this series came to Bristol, it was covered in dirt. Tyler Reddick looked like he was going to win the dirt race. That'd have been 5 more points. 5 more playoff points he would have carried in. Currently 2 points out. A last lap move by Briscoe. Contact with Reddick. Kyle Busch goes on to win the race. We talk about the regular season. Race wins, stage wins, how they matter. The last time to Bristol, if this car goes to victory lane, he's currently +3 on the cut line, not -2. All the way back in the spring is going to affect Reddick's opportunity to advance in the playoffs.
Yeah, every driver looks at that one spot, that one position that they lost somewhere in the season that might not allow them to advance. And it's been a tough day for Richard Childress Racing. Under 6 laps to go. Both Reddick and Austin Dillon below the cut line. Cindric's above it by 2 points. Under 5 laps to go. A milestone start for Buescher. 250th start. As now 4 laps to go. Looking for his 2nd ever win in the Cup Series.
That first win, it was valuable and it was important, and he earned it. But you know he wants to see the checkered flag. That one was weather shortened. He didn't get to cross that start-finish line and see that flag waving.
And Keselowski, who's a lap down, running in the 13th spot, made the move over to Roush Fenway. The name of the company changed to Roush Fenway Keselowski, a driver owner. And one of the things he has said over and over and over is he wants to make this organization better every race. And he looks at Chris Buescher and says he deserves to have great equipment. Well, Chris Buescher is showing what kind of a driver he is. And now the white flag is out one more time around for Chris Buescher here at Bristol. 2 more turns of the Bass Pro Shops night race. Chris Buescher will win his 2nd Cup Series race, and it happens at Bristol.
That's awesome. Good job, guys.
You hear him almost out of breath.
I hope Jack Roush is here tonight. I know how hard that man works to give these teams the equipment they need. And I certainly hope he's here to enjoy this.
And think about Brad Keselowski, almost sitting there thinking you might have this race for yourself to win. So he's disappointed with that right front tire, but this company is starting to develop into the vision
Heck of
that
a
he
job
has.
tonight.
19 different winners in 2022.
Yeah, I'll take that one. Nice job, y'all. Nice job.
What a season it has been. And Steve, you made the comment, it hasn't just been this race. And you see owner and driver here stopping for a moment.
And the pit call to 2 tires. Gutsy.
And this checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. 222 races since his last win at Pocono.
And that partnership, Fastenal, they've been there a long time, stuck with this organization. Finally rewarded with a trip to victory lane.
Look at these guys.
There are coveted wins in the Cup Series, and the Bristol night race has to be very high on the list of all drivers. Marty, Christopher Buescher. Christopher on the side of the door. Christopher Buescher climbing out of the car.
And now there are 19, only in 2022. How about the non-playoff drivers representing here? Sweeping round one. It's been 5 years and 2 months, Chris, since Roush Fenway Keselowski won a race. What does this mean to you to bring them back to victory lane?
Man, this is just so special. This team did such a great job.
Scott Graves, the man who made the call for the 2 tires at the end.
That's just first cup win for Fastenal for a points-paying race, so that's awesome. Glad to have Fastenal on board tonight. Just so special here at Bristol. I love this racetrack. I love the fans. I love every time we come here. It's so special to me. Lost one that really broke our heart back in 2015 on the Xfinity side with Graves on top of the box. So this makes up for that. That's pretty awesome, pretty special.
How about Scott's 2-tire call? Were you worried that wouldn't hang on in that final restart?
Not one bit. It was up to me at that point. Just hold on and make it work. And we had a really fast Fastenal Mustangs. Just so proud of everybody. We knew we had a good race car after practice, and didn't quite get the job done in qualifying. But what a race car! It's just it's special. Get RFK in victory lane for the first time, and we had great race cars. Brad had really good speed too. So it's I don't know what else to say right now. I'm out of breath. This place will wear you flat out, and I love that about it. But it's such a special night.
Almost 100,000 fans here tonight at Bristol Motor Speedway. What's the significance of winning the Bristol Night Race for you personally?
This is number 1 on the list right here. So this is it. Thank you all for coming out. It was a great crowd, great weather. We appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed the race. Come back and do it again.
How are you going to celebrate?
Man, we haven't gotten that far yet.
All right, Chris Buescher brings Roush Fenway Keselowski to victory lane at the night race here at Bristol.
Oh, yeah, guys.
12 advance, as this was a cutoff race for the round of 16. It's down to 12 now, and the points reset. So Chase Elliott once again climbs up to the top of the list with the playoff points that advance once they reset the points to 3,000. And now Chase Briscoe, Alex Bowman, Daniel Suarez, and Austin Cindric already in a hole. They are now fighting to get out of that bottom 4.
Yeah, and I think perhaps the biggest story heading into the round of 12 is all the way at the bottom of the screen. Texas, Talladega, and the Roval. I mean, I can't think of a bigger variety of racetracks.
And one eliminated, the 4 of Kevin Harvick. Dylan.
And unfortunately, his playoff run comes to an end. And you guys fought hard this round and in this race, but how frustrating was it to just not be able to go up there and race for a shot at the win tonight?
It's pretty tough. I mean, we pitted in front of the 17, so just kind of the way the year's gone. And just went from having a chance to lead the parade to being a part of the parade. Just difficult to pass. Cars are way too fast through the corners. Can't race.
So moving forward now, the rest of the year, you guys just full on. You're about race wins at this point.
We wouldn't do anything different. We do that every week.
Thanks, Kevin. Dave.
Well, Dylan, from the disappointment to, I guess, jubilation or maybe astonishment, your folks worked hard tonight to get you through to the next round.
Yeah, that was easy, right? Came in +2, leave +2. Just how we drew it up. What a night, Dave. Just proud of everybody on the Freightliner Ford Mustang. We had right front tires going down left and right from the beginning of the race, and don't really know why, but I tried to run the bottom at the end of the race.
At least it's a Mustang.
He deserved that. Congrats to Chris and Brad. That's obviously really cool. Congrats to Ford Performance, but yeah, to get all of us into the round of 12 after a very scary night for Team Penske. Tried to do my job, hang in there, and got that one out.
What does that do to your head when all that chaos is going on around you, and you know all you really need is points, and you need help from other people having trouble?
Drive my butt off, man. That's what it takes. Got to stay in the game. You know that when there's issues, they're just going to keep happening throughout the race, and you just got to stay in it and make the issues smaller than the rest. But yeah, just proud of the team, proud of everything. Proud of my spotter, Doug. Kept me informed very well throughout the race. So total team effort, but back to work.
We'll work in round 12. Austin Cindric threw 7 laps down tonight, but they still did it, Rick.
Chris Buescher has made it up to the Ruoff Mortgage victory lane, and he will celebrate there with the team. You just saw Brad Keselowski lean into the window there as co-owner there at Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. It had been 222 races since his first win, and now Buescher has a second win in the Cup Series, and it happens at the Bristol Night Race. More to come from here at Bristol. Steve, plenty to talk about this week on NASCAR Radio Channel 90. It's NBC Sports on Sirius XM. Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern. Steve is going to be the guest there on the morning drive with the Bagman and Pete Pistone. You might be able to answer what's going to happen the next race. That is the start of the second round of the playoffs, and it's Texas Motor Speedway as the round of 12 begins. Race coverage on USA at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. So an amazing cutoff race here at Bristol. Again, a reminder, coming up next, the NASCAR America post-race show, followed by the NASCAR docuseries Race for the Championship. A little dive into the behind-the-scenes look at what these drivers are going through, trying to get through a 36-race season and trying to get a championship. It was a very eventful fireworks outside the track and on the track. Eventful race here at Bristol. In the end, it was Roush Fenway Keselowski and Buescher getting the win here at the night race at Bristol. Marty, KP, and DJ will be on the other side of the break.
Welcome to NASCAR America post-race show presented by Progressive on a fairly calm evening here at Bristol Motor Speedway.
Very calm.
Marty Snyder, Kyle Petty, the Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett joining you here. Chris Buescher in victory lane. The boss man coming by to say hi, Kyle.
Listen, that's got to be cool. Cool for Chris Buescher, but extremely cool for Brad Keselowski. He made this move. A lot of people doubted it. Now he's a winning car owner at the Cup Series.
So good for that race team. 5 years, 2 months since they were able to get to victory lane. But DJ,
Crazy.
Where do you start with this race? I mean, 12 of the 16 playoff drivers having problems tonight. Austin Cindric literally slowing down to take care of the right front, going down multiple laps, didn't care. Somehow got into the playoffs, into round 2 and the round of 12. I mean, how would you describe this night?
Insane. I mean, we've seen that when we talk about the cutoff races all the time and what could happen, but the chaos that ensued here tonight, right from the very beginning, you know, in the first 80 laps of the race, it made for a long night. We've seen a lot of stuff happen, but you know, we've never seen a round to where 3 non-playoff drivers won.
Yeah.
And then with all the things that are going on, we continuously saw more mistakes on pit road, which we have seen in this first round. So just a lot of things happening. And, you know, we're going to, once we talked about it, and Kyle Petty said that there would be 2 champions outside of this whenever this night was over.
And that is just amazing to me that 2 champions the caliber of Kevin Harvick and Kyle Busch don't move on to the round of 12. When I look at this, though, this race, it was a tough race. It's a tough race to be out there racing, but it was a tough race to be in the garage area, changing your rack, you know, changing all the stuff, and then to go back out there and try to figure. I would not want to be a crew chief tonight because you were wearing out a pencil and an eraser. You were 2 to the good, you were 5 to the bad. You were 15 to the good, you were 5 to the bad. And you never knew what was going to happen. You just didn't. You had guys running slow, taking care of their cars. You had guys that were running like it was the last lap of their life that they were ever going to run.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And then you had guys that took themselves out of the race like Kevin Harvick with a mistake on pit road at a time when they didn't need a mistake on pit road.
Talk about insane. How about this entire year, DJ? Chris Buescher is winner number 19. I don't think anyone saw this coming. Look at that. The most winners in forever. I mean, since 1972. 19 different winners.
Yeah, y'all were laughing at me back in May when I said we might have 16. So here we go. But this is, and just to see the different teams step out. I mean, you talked about Brad and Chris Buescher here. You know, the amount of laps they led here tonight. I mean, they seriously dominated this race for the most part. And Christopher Bell had a great run also. But it was just, it's been amazing that how this car has changed the landscape of everything. Yes. I mean, you can look around and talk about a lot of things, but the car is the factor with everything that we're seeing, and it just makes for exciting weekends because we don't know what's going to happen, and trying to predict anything, so don't even start asking who may get through to the next round because there's no way of knowing.
Okay, I'm going to move over here. We were laughing at you when you said 17 because it's 19. Because it's 19. It blew right through 17. Yeah. Now, I would have never, ever dreamed that you were going to have 12 or 13 or 14. 17, that was so far out of the realm of possibility when he started talking about it. I'm like, there's no way, man. And when we blew through that, and now to be at 19, it is crazy. You can't predict 1 week to the next. You look at Eric Jones. Eric Jones wins at Darlington and then struggles running the top 20 the next couple of weeks. You look at Bubba Wallace. He wins at Kansas, and then he struggles as soon as he gets here. It's a team can win 1 week and barely break the top 20 the next week. It's always a new group of 5 at the front almost every week.
And still one of the 12 drivers that have moved on has not won yet.
That's crazy.
That'd be Mr. Ryan Blaney, who continues to get his way through.
I feel like an auctioneer. Give me 20, give me 20. You're going to hear 20. I mean, and you mentioned Blaney. Martin Truex Jr. still hasn't won. He's terrific at Texas next week. So the drivers out: Tyler Reddick, Kyle Busch, Austin Dillon, and also Kevin Harvick. So here is how things look going into Texas, Kyle.
Yeah, but it still fascinates me when we do the reset here. When you do the reset and you look at 307, or 3,007 points, 3,006 points, you're only 5 or 6 points out of being in the chase or in the hunt for the playoffs before it even starts. So it's not. We're back to a level playing field, and that's what Dale and I were talking about in the bus while we were watching this thing. You look at it, and it's been such a crazy first round because nobody could get away from anybody. Nobody got away because of the parity, because of the different winners, because of the non-playoff drivers winning. Nobody really got away from anybody, so it made the last half of this race incredible.
Yeah, and I'm sure that as you talk about that, things are going to calm down. We only have Texas and Talladega and the Roval. I'm sure those will be pretty calm.
Those are very calm races.
So I mentioned that only 4 drivers didn't have problems tonight. One of them was Chase Elliott. A moment ago, Kim caught up with him.
And Chase Elliott ends up second after a hard-fought night. I heard on the radio you apologized to the guy, said, I just couldn't get to him. What did you need there?
Yeah, I mean, I actually really liked my car. I thought our Hooter Chevrolet was driving really good, and honestly, I don't think I could realistically ask for anything more balance-wise. I just needed to be able to do a better job getting in some different lanes and then being second there. The top had gotten so dominant there at the end. The bottom was pretty good there early in the night, and I thought you could run down there for a long time. And then as the night went on, the top got better and better and better, and that momentum was hard to beat. And unfortunately for me, we never got to any lap traffic to make him move. We were starting to there in those last 3 or 4 laps, and I felt like we were gaining, but it was I wasn't close enough to do anything with him. So, but I appreciate the effort. We had a long day yesterday. Was able to battle back from a bad qualifying effort to get a top 2. So proud of that. Glad to be moving on, and looking forward to some more opportunities here in these coming weeks.
And when you move on, you'll be reseated to the top again.
Yeah.
But we saw what happened during the first round. What did you learn about just points position and how fast things can change in these rounds?
Yeah, I mean, I knew that could happen going in, so I don't think anybody's safe, and don't get me wrong, I'm glad to have the points, and I'm glad that we had a good regular season to be able to make that happen. But nobody's safe in these rounds, and we want to do better too. We had a shot to win tonight, but we want to have a shot to win every week, and I think we're very capable of that. We just got to put it all together and execute solid nights or solid races. So congrats to the 17 bunch. I know they've had a bit of a long road, and I know that's a big deal for Brad and those guys over there. So happy for them. Wish it'd been another day, but we'll try again.
So for Denny Hamlin, he was not without trouble. Place, and you move on. How was that for you?
Yeah, it's just,
had good track position and from our qualifying effort, and I mean, passing was just impossible. So it was just a matter of day that you needed to stay up front at all costs, and we just couldn't quite do it. And we had that blown tire that really kind of set us back, and then we were trying to play catch up from that point on.
You've now put the next-gen car through the Bristol gauntlet. Man, how tough was that?
It's tough. I'd like to see the racing improved overall. I mean, some lap time variation a little bit, but yeah, it's just we're just running around there. It feels like we're running faster in the corners than we are in the straightaways, and so it's just extremely hard to pass. But we had some steering issues. Looks like our other Toyota teammates had steering issues, so we just battled through it and held on. But ninth place is okay.
How much noise can you make in the next round, Denny, starting with Texas?
We can win everywhere we go to, so we'll go there and try to win like what we always do, and just need to get a good solid round going. It just seems like mechanical stuff with this next gen and wrecks just really are the X factor and moving on. So you just got to be really consistent, and really with about 5 races to go, that's when you got to start winning.
11 moving on to the round of 12.
Daniel Suarez will advance to the round of 12. And, man, I know this was a hard day for you guys. I know the car was not what you wanted it to be. So how rewarding is it to run all the laps tonight and still live to fight another day?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long day. It wasn't pretty, but we did what we needed to do. The car was a handful. We thought that we were going to make it better from yesterday for today, and it was not. I mean, my body right now is sore from all the bouncing. But, we have to regroup. Hopefully we can find some answers and come back stronger. I think we have actually the next round is actually pretty good for us. In Texas, we're going to be strong. Road course, obviously, or wheelhouse and super speedway, anything can happen. So, very thankful for our team. They never give up. Obviously, the car wasn't what we needed, but we still end up in the good side of it.
How tough is the mental reset after a night like tonight where it was so hard fought and such a grind to just get through? How do you reset and just approach next week as a different race, a different round, and go after a win there?
You have no idea how easy it's going to be for me to reset, because that car was not fun. And it wasn't fun the entire weekend. So, for me to be able to make it to the next round with the way that the car was driving is a huge plus. So big kudos to everyone in our team. They did a very, very good job. We have a few things to clean up. This round was actually very tough on us. We had the speed, but there was a lot of mistakes on pit road, myself, overall. So we have a few things to clean up and come back stronger for the next one.
Daniel Suarez is on to the round of 12.
Hey, DJ, let's give a golf clap to Kyle Petty, right? Because before the race, he said Daniel Suarez would advance. So I would say, Kyle, any day you finish 6 laps down and you somehow make it to the next round, that's a good day.
Listen, Dale and I were talking again on the bus. When he spun down the front stretch, we looked at the rundown. He's like 1 lap down. How did he spin and all those cars get in that? And he was only 1 lap down. But I think, once again, the way this race played out, so many people having trouble, he could fix, go back out, and maintain a speed, and he didn't mind losing another 4 laps or another 5 laps.
Top 10s in the round of 16 for Denny Hamlin and his race team. He mentioned it, we can win anywhere. Do you share that confidence with the 11?
There's no doubt they can win anywhere. They have the driver to get it done. It seems they have the cars, but there's still issues there that they encounter. But everybody is. So I think if you can minimize that, obviously you can change the whole scenario of that by going and winning Texas, and then you've got that out of the way. There's only going to be one of those. So far, the playoff drivers haven't been able to find victory lane yet, so we'll see if that changes come next week.
Kyle, the best news for Chase Elliott and his team, this round is over, and there's a reset coming before we get to Texas next week.
He's probably one of the happiest guys about a reset, really, because they just did not perform up to their potential in the first 2 races. Today, was this their potential? I don't believe Chase believes this is their potential, and I think there's still great things to come from that team.
Boy, I wonder if the round of 16 is a preview of the rest of the playoffs. So you better buckle in, everyone. But tonight, Chris Buescher winds up winning here at the Bristol Night Race. NASCAR America is brought to you by Progressive. Stay on track with great rates at Progressive.com. After we sign off here from Bristol on USA, be sure to go to SiriusXM NASCAR Radio Channel 90 for continued post-race coverage and the big win for Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. Let's take a look at this week's Progressive Safe Driver. DJ, any other vote than Chris Buescher?
No, got my vote for sure. Did an outstanding job. I mean, he didn't let the pressure of just having 2 tires affect his driving whatsoever. He knew he just had to go do his job, and he was able to hold everybody at bay.
He did everything exactly the way you have to do it to win at Bristol. He stayed out of trouble. It's put his car in position. The team made the calls, and he said, you asked the question, what about those 2 tires? And he said he put it in my hands, and I had to do my job, and that's what he did.
Unfortunately, the driver who will finish 2 points below the cut line tonight, though, Tyler Reddick, out of the playoffs after 2 wins in the regular season. A moment ago, Dave Burns caught up with him.
End of the day, it was 2 points for Tyler Reddick that kept him from moving on to the next round, but I know it was a whole lot more than that tonight at Bristol. What was that like?
Frustrating, for sure. We just, I don't know, we thought qualifying was better for us than our Church got Chitch and Chevy, but we unloaded in the race and just didn't quite have the pace or the balance really to make our car better. And unfortunately, the balance issues we were fighting, we were pretty much limited. We couldn't really adjust on it without hurting downforce of the car overall. So we were kind of boxed in. And then we just got collected in that accident back there. I checked up in time, but yeah, I got absolutely ran over, and from there, caught the right front and broke the upper control arm for the second week in a row.
Tyler, how crazy is it when, I don't know if you were sure or not sure if it was organizational, manufacturer, whatever, with all the different problems that were happening out there?
I mean, I heard about it, but I don't know, this place is tough on the drivers, it's tough on the cars, so, it's one of those type of places. You never know how it's going to go.
All right, rest of 22, out for winning races.
It's a 4th place finish today for Christopher Bell. He, of course, was already locked into the next round of the playoffs, so everything today was just kind of a bonus. But no, you wanted to win this race. How disappointing is a 4th tonight?
Yeah, it's terribly disappointing. That's 2 weeks in a row. We've had the speed and had the car underneath me to win the race, and we haven't done it. But, man, just extremely, extremely proud of this 20 group. They keep bringing Camrys that are incredible to the racetrack, and makes me really excited about where we're going. Especially Texas is one of my best racetracks. So proud of everyone on this group, proud to carry the Yahoo colors. Hopefully we can carry this momentum.
Yeah, so having momentum going into Texas when you have Talladega in the Roval also looming in that round, how valuable and important does Texas become for you next week?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the next 7 races, I would say Texas is arguably the most important race outside of Phoenix. So Talladega, we all know how that is. There's going to be some lucky guys and some unlucky guys. So Texas is kind of the one place that you can control your destiny going into the next round. And the winner is going to get out of there feeling really good if it's a playoff car.
Absolutely. Christopher Bell, 4th today, and on to the round of 12.
Well, when Bristol is the cutoff race, I guess this is how you can play the first round and get away with what happened tonight. Ryan Blaney, 2 good races, and then the chaos of tonight. What's that feel like?
Yeah, just lucky to get in, I guess. We were really fast early, and just had a right front go down like almost everybody else in the race. So we just hit the wall a little bit harder than some other guys, and spent a long time fixing it, but was able to get back out. And, we built up a good enough gap the first 2 races to kind of give ourselves a little bit of a cushion, and some guys had their issues tonight. Just, pretty crazy turn of events for sure, but good perseverance by this 12 group, and looking forward to getting to Texas.
I guess I'm kind of curious, after they spent 150 laps fixing the car, what did it drive like?
Not very good. Okay. But it drove, and that was the main thing.
All right, that was the main thing. Made it to the end. On to the next round, Ryan Blaney.
Boy, Dave mentioned it, Kyle. 30th for Blaney, 162 laps down, just one of 12 playoff drivers to have trouble tonight.
It was crazy. We saw it early on with the Fords having right front issues. We saw all the Penske cars, it seemed like, and Joey didn't seem to have one. But then all of a sudden, Denny Hamlin has one, and then we get the steering issues with the racks and all this stuff, and this one was phenomenal. I've not seen one come out the pipes like that in a long, long time.
Well, in a Bristol of all places, you wouldn't expect a blown engine at Bristol, DJ.
No, I don't think they were shifting much, if any, through this. And then the big wreck. I think this kind of changed the landscape of everything, especially for the RCR cars, probably more than anyone else. But just so much going on throughout the night, and it didn't stop, and it just made things even worse. We saw Logano with his problems, and
And then for Kevin Harvick's team, who, Kyle, has been fantastic all year long, well, they picked a bad time to have a bad stop.
Yeah, they did. And listen, and that's what we have not seen. Maybe Christopher Bell is the only team that has put together a consistent first 3 races.
Yeah.
All these teams have beat themselves in some way, shape, or form, either on the racetrack or on pit road. We see Christopher Bell here have an issue, but they threw a caution. NASCAR threw a caution for this. They did not throw a caution for the 6. I just want to bring that up. They didn't throw a caution for the 6, who had a flat tire, but we throw one for the 20 car.
Can't have this in round of 12, DJ. Cannot have mistakes on this level. How would you grade the car tonight? This was the toughest test for the new car, DJ. How would you grade the car?
You know, we talk about how great the car has been all year long, the fantastic racing that we have seen. This car was exposed. The things and issues that are potential there with it were exposed. Now, this racetrack is different than anything else that they are going to encounter. Yeah. You're not going to have something like that in the final races that we see in these final 7. So, but there was a lot exposed about the potential of problems, and these are problems that they don't need to be dealing with. You know, they can bring up enough on their own without having these things, but it certainly was exposed tonight.
Next Sunday, we will be at the Texas Motor Speedway. Kyle, I think this round freaks everybody out. Texas, Talladega, the Roval. Everyone before the playoffs started said that round of 12 is going to be the most difficult round of all the playoffs. And you just heard Christopher Bell say it. And biggest race of the year, Texas next Sunday.
Biggest race of the year besides Phoenix. That's a huge statement from a driver where they say, we got to go to Texas and get everything we can get in that first race, because those next 2 races, listen, but all year's been anybody's guess. All year's been anybody's guess.
Yeah, and we're going to see the racing intensify, especially as we get through those first couple of stages there, and it comes down time to get a winner next Sunday. We're going to see a lot of things happen with these drivers. I don't care about how high the speeds are. These drivers are going to be willing to take some real chances.
Yeah. And as tight as things are, I mean, can you imagine, Kyle, going to Talladega, going to the Roval, needing to gain points like drivers did tonight?
Can you imagine going to Bristol and needing to gain points?
Exactly.
I mean, I don't know. No, you can't. But the problem is that's 2 races back to back that are that type of races. You're having 2 races that you got to go gain points, but you can't predict what's going to happen. So that's the problem. In this round, we had this race, okay? And the next round, we have 2. The only thing that could be more exciting is if in the 3rd round, you had 3 races that you didn't know what was happening.
Yeah. DJ, I've always been a big fan of changing all 10 races in the playoffs every year. I don't know now. I think these races are pretty perfect.
Yeah, and if you've looked at 23 schedule, you know that's what we will see once again. So we look at this and anticipate what could happen. But we're going to see some drivers again. I believe drivers and team take some real chances at Texas next week, trying to get that out of the way. I don't think they're worried as much about points because it gets down to how many can get in.
We mentioned that reset for Chase Elliott. You saw all those points he's going to have once again. He's breathing easy on the way home. Thank goodness it's gone for a reset, and all those regular season points come into play for Chase Elliott. Fun night tonight, guys. Congratulations to Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, and Jack Roush, for them to get back to victory lane. Such a huge moment for them. Coming up next, following Cup Series action from here on USA, the NASCAR docuseries Race for the Championship. Chris Buescher, the big winner of the Bristol night race. Round of 12 coming up next week at Texas.